Hello, good morning, and thank you for choosing us. This is Breakfast Daily live on Channel 1 Television, and I am Nanatufo Boateng. It's an absolute pleasure coming your way this morning with the best breakfast on television. Now, over the weekend, the Minister for Education, Haruna Iddrisu, was in the Volta region, visited Mauli School, their 75th anniversary celebration. Grand ceremony, if you ask me. They painted the entire region green and it was beautiful to see. So kudos to the Mauli guys. And then, of course, I want to zoom in on one of the statements that stood out in the minister's statement. Remember that the minister was there representing the vice president, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyeman. The minister did mention and direct that local languages be used from the kindergarten to the primary level. I think it's a laudable idea, if you ask me. Research will tell you that children learn faster in languages they are conversant with. All right? So the learning outcomes will improve if the mode of teaching or level or mode of impartation of the knowledge is done in a language that the children are conversant with. All right? If it's Ga that is spoken at home and the child goes to school and is taught in that same Ga language, the child is able to grasp that faster and easier. All right? It's not now that they are going to, if like, transition from Ga to English, it becomes a bit of a challenge for that child. And so, I mean, if you take Ewe, same, all right? Hausa, same. It works easier for the child. And there's, of course, data to show, there's research to show. You can just look it up. You get it. So I think it's a very solid directive. And of course, the fact that it's going to be implemented and government is going to make sure that it's implemented is absolutely amazing. I have a little bit of a challenge, though, just a little bit of a challenge. In a cosmopolitan school, okay, a school situated in the capital, say Accra, right, where the children are of diverse backgrounds, different languages spoken at home, which one are we going to use to teach them? So that's where we need to do a lot of work to identify what works. But for me, the general policy, absolutely amazing. The difficulty is how it will be implemented, especially in cosmopolitan areas where there is a mix of students from different backgrounds who speak different languages at home. All right? Are we going to, if you like, use the English language for such schools specifically, or are we going to generalize it and use, if you like, district-based languages? All right, so if we're in a district where a particular language is popular or is the most spoken language in that district, is that what we are going to employ? I mean, we need to know the details of this policy. Once you put it out there that this is the direction, this is the policy direction, you need to communicate the policy itself to us, because parents have wards in schools, right? So they need to understand exactly what is happening in those schools. So let's open it up and let's communicate the details thereof. Let's make it public so that we can all understand and buy in, and then we can support to push this particular policy. Absolutely fantastic policy, because if children learn in languages they are conversant with, it's easier for them to grab what they are being taught. All right. Now, we're still in the month of October. It's Pink October. We are still raising awareness on breast cancer. We're asking that you get checked, get tested. You need to know your status. You need to be aware and you need to take action, because early detection leads to prevention. All right, so you need to get checked, get tested. We have just a few days more to go. Once October ends, it doesn't mean the awareness has ended. It needs to continue throughout so that we reduce the tendency of breast cancer taking lives of Ghanaians. So let's keep the advocacy going even beyond the month of October. And let's make sure that we all get checked, get tested. We are aware, we take action. And of course, we protect ourselves from breast cancer. Once again, early detection leads to prevention. Also in October, we're raising awareness on cyber security. And so we're celebrating the Cyber Security Awareness Month, which is the month of October. We're rolling out a series called A Safer You, and we're bringing you nuggets, we're bringing you tips, we're bringing you if you like, pieces of advice on how to stay safe within the cyberspace, how to navigate the cyberspace securely and safely, and how to protect yourself while you continue to navigate the internet. So join us here on Breakfast Daily for the Cybersecurity Awareness Month, which is the month of October. Now, over the weekend, Tamale was on fire. Tamale was on fire. We're watching the Northern Business Fair, and boy, was it amazing. It was a huge success, and we're eternally grateful to all our sponsors: Ecobank, Side Hustle, Ghana Enterprises Agency, Ghana Export Promotion Authority, and of course, Caxstone Records for supporting us. It was a beautiful, beautiful event where Ghanaians came out to showcase their ingenuity. Now, you had products coming from all sectors. So you have your cosmetics, your toiletries, your food and beverages, your fashion, just name it. And the innovation, the amazing innovation that was on display. Boy, what an event it was. And you see, events like this, fairs, exhibitions like this, only serve as a gateway to opportunity. So it opens up the market for all these wonderful Ghanaians who are doing these amazing stuff. It opens them up to the rest of the world. And so once again, we want to say thank you to all our sponsors. Thank you to the over 100 exhibitors. Thank you to our patrons. And of course, we would like to mention Ecobank. We'd like to mention Side Hustle. We'd like to mention the Ghana Enterprises Agency, Ghana Export Promotion Authority, and of course, kudos to Caxstone Records for supporting us. Thank you all so much. We're grateful, and we look forward to seeing you again. All right. Now, let's tell you about the Agri Fair. Agri Fair is happening in November. It is back, it is bigger, it is better. From the 28th to the 30th of November 2025, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day at the Efua Sutherland Children's Park, all farmers, all agro-processors, all persons within the agri value chain will assemble with their fresh farm produce, their farm inputs, their farming technology, and what have you. When you come to the Agri Fair, you have access to poultry, access to livestock, access to crops, access to agri technology and innovations, and of course, it promises to be bigger even than the first one. It's a 3-day event from the 28th to the 30th of November 2025. Come, let's do our Christmas shopping together. This is straight from the farm, no middleman business, and so you are sure and guaranteed of the best price on the market. All right? So let's see you on the 28th to the 30th of November. Call us now, all right? 0558-973-973. 0558-973-973. Call us and register. Be part of the Agri Fair November edition. Remember that you need to make that call. You need to register. You need to pay to secure you a slot or a spot at the Agri Fair November edition. For you and I who are going to shop, you and I who are going to buy fresh farm produce, it is absolutely free. No gate fee for patrons. Just make your way to the Efua Sutherland Children's Park here in Accra on the 28th, the 29th, and the 30th of November. Come with your wallets loaded, your purses padded, and of course your Momo wallets also loaded, and come and shop. Get your Christmas shopping going and gone. So it's happening on the 28th to the 30th of November, and we want to see you there at the Efua Sutherland Children's Park 2025. And of course, call us now, 0558 973 973. 0558 973 973. And register now secure your slot by making your payment, and we'll see you there at the Agri Fair November edition, 28th to 30th November 2025. That said, go onto the Google Play Store and download the Channel One News app, and you can have access to the news. It is current, it is relevant, it is accurate, it is factual. So the Channel One News app is hosted on the Google Play Store. Go there, download and install. Quite easy to navigate. The interface is user-friendly. You shouldn't have any challenges at all. Go onto the Google Play Store, download the Channel One News app, and have access to the news on the go. Now let's get into our papers for today. I'll start off with the front page of the Daily Graphic newspaper. Tension mounts at Basa Senior High Technical School. Parents, students protest 435,000 Ghana cedis unapproved fees. Tension mounts at Basa Senior High Technical School. Parents, students protest 435,000 cedis unapproved fees. Oh, that's a lot too. 435,000. Poverty among Ghanaian pensioners high. Poverty among Ghanaian pensioners high. Champion of the girl child, Nana Kunadu's lasting legacy. Well, we continue to commiserate with the family. Our condolences to the Rollins family. And we pray that the soul of our dearly departed mother will continue to rest in the bosom of the Lord. Use local language for instruction at basic schools. Use local language for instruction at basic schools. That's the front page of the Daily Graphic. A few sports stories on the back page. When you go there, you should be able to get that. All right, let me take you to the Daily Guide newspaper. Daily Guide newspaper front page says minority blows alarm over unapproved government programs. Minority blows alarm over unapproved government programs. Quantity surveyors call for enhanced procurement practice. Tor assets not sold for $22 million. That's according to SEMSE. Bawumia mourns with Obeng Menu. Government revokes 278 small-scale mining licenses. And then you have KGL Group Chair Alex Dade honored. KGL Group Chair Alex Dade honored. So that's the front page of the Daily Guide newspaper. Let's go to the Chronicle. Chronicle says Brian shakes up NPP race, topples Kennedy in Ashanti, leads DMB in Eastern, according to Info Analytics. Brian shakes up NPP race, topples Kennedy in Ashanti, leads DMB in Eastern, according to Info Analytics. Mahama tightens news on corruption. Mahama tightens news on corruption. KGL chair honored with Forbes Award. KGL chair honored with Forbes Award. Bawumia joins Obeng Menu to bury late father in Brekum. Bawumia joins Obeng Menu to bury late father in Brekum. And then our scripture for today is from James 1 verse 12. Blessed is the one who endures trials, because when he has stood the test, he will receive the crown of life that God has promised to those who love him. James 1:12. Blessed is the one who endures trials, because he has stood the test, he will receive the crown of life that God has promised to those who love him. May the Lord bless the reading of his word. So that's the Chronicle newspaper. I'm going to take you to the Herald. Larry Dogbe is the Herald newspaper. Police Council cracks over IGP's replacement as Yohunu nears retirement. Police Council cracks over IGP's replacement as Yohunu nears retirement. 13 heavily armed Chinese illegal miners arrested in NIMOS operations as 120,000 CD bribe offer fails. 13 heavily armed Chinese illegal miners arrested in NIMOS operations as 120,000 CD bribe offer fails. Heath Goldfields caught in operational scrutiny. Heath Goldfields caught in operational scrutiny. Attorney General defends $2 million overpayment claim in $178 million DRIP contract controversy. National House of Chiefs mourns Nana Kunadu. National House of Chiefs mourns Nana Konadu. So that's the front page of the Herald newspaper. Let's take you to the news center. News center, Elvis Dakun's news center. Mining license revocation, risk, legal and political backlash. That's according to an expert. Bawumia joins Obeng Menu to bury late father in Brekum. Bawumia joins Obeng Menu to bury late father in Brekum. Victims aiding fraudsters by unknowingly sharing pins and OTPs with scammers. That's according to Godwin Kwame Tamaklu. He's the Chief Regulatory and Risk as well as Compliance Officer at Mobile Money Limited. 3.4 million Ghanaians in crypto spurs stablecoin adoption calls. 3.4 million Ghanaians in crypto spurs stablecoin adoption calls. Moses Baden margins honored at Mobex Africa 2025. So that's the front page of the News Center newspaper. Let's get into the Ghanaian Publisher. Bawumia sparks delegate excitement. Bawumia sparks delegates excitement. Defense Minister appointment in Team Fojo slams Mahama's indecision. Defense Minister appointment in Team Fojo slams Mahama's indecision. Bawumia mourns with Obeng Menu. That's the front page of the Ghanaian Publisher. From the Ghanaian Publisher, I'll take you to the New Publisher. The New Publisher says, Bawumia convinces Bono East and Ahafo he is candidate to beat. Bawumia convinces Bono East and Ahafo he is candidate to beat. Minister warns SHS students, no hairstyles, no long hair. Minister warns SHS students, no hairstyles, no long hair. A Jumera for all Ghanaians, not only NDC members. That's according to Erica J. Police inspector jailed for life after killing his lover. KGL boss Apaudade grabs Forbes certificate of distinction. So that's the New Publisher. Let's now go to the Custodian. Custodian also reporting on Dr. Bawumia's campaign and says Bono East and Ahafo NPP delegates route for Bawumia. Bono East and Ahafo NPP delegates route for Bawumia. Appoint Defense Minister now in Team Fojo to Mahama. Appoint Defense Minister now in Team Fojo to Mahama. Anodompre promotes literacy in Nsawam Adoajiri. Anodompre promotes literacy in Nsawam Adoajiri. Plaintiff withdraws appeal in Regimano Gray land case. Plaintiff withdraws appeal in Regimano Gray land case. Bawumia joins Obeng Menu to bury late father in Brekum. And you have KGL Group Chairman wins Forbes Corporate Leadership Award. So that's it for the Custodian. Wrap it up with the Informer newspaper. Corruption fight. AG warned against media and propaganda trial. Corruption fight. AG warned against media propaganda trial. Shan wealth flaunting aspirants. Bawumia advises delegates. Minister accuses GTech of extortion. Oh, wow. Minister accuses GTech of extortion. Well, that's an interesting one. AIDS Commission decries youth unprotected sex culture. AIDS Commission decries youth unprotected sex culture. Charlie, the young boys, they say you are doing the thing without protection and you are contributing to an increase in HIV/AIDS contraction. People, you need to protect yourself. So prevention, they say, is better than cure. It was important that you wear your boots before you go to the field. Breast milk not for eye treatment, mothers told. Breast milk not for eye treatment, mothers told. All right, let me quickly take you online and bring you some stories from our news portals. I'll start off with channel1newsonline.com. The big one is here, Northern Business Fair, a gateway to new opportunities for Northern Ghana. Northern Business Fair, a gateway to new opportunities for Northern Ghana. New guidelines will strengthen PTA accountability. That's according to Kofi Asare of EduWatch. It says new guidelines will strengthen PTA accountability. Again, Kofi Asare says free education for PWDs must be entrenched in law. Free education for PWDs must be entrenched in law. Patrons praise Northern Business Fair 2025 for empowering entrepreneurs and driving innovation. Then you have BOG increases license renewal fees for forex bureaus. BOG increases license renewal fees for forex bureaus. Minority raises alarm over proposed law targeting online speech. Minority raises alarm over proposed law targeting online speech. And then you have a Kaswa toll booth accident. Sprinter bus crashes into Jeep, several feared dead. Kaswa toll booth, Sprinter bus crashes into Jeep, several feared dead. Northern Business Fair 2025, final day kicks off with innovation and excellence. Northern Business Fair 2025, final day kicks off with innovation and excellence. So that final day was yesterday, and indeed it was a celebration of innovation. Legacy of Nana Konadu remains intact despite breakaway. That's according to Senyor Hosi. He was speaking on the big issue on Saturday here on Channel 1 TV. Food gluts under control. Buffer stock to stabilize market. Food gluts under control. Buffer stock to stabilize markets. That's according to the Member of Parliament for Talensi. Exhibitors hail strong start to 2025 Northern Business Fair in Tamale. OSP must not rush extradition process against Oforiatta. That's according to Nick Bakpo Samoado. And you are not bedridden. Return to Ghana and face prosecution. Senyor Hosi to Oforiatta. All right, let me take you to citynewsroom.com. Citynewsroom.com and bring you some stories there. They are also leading with that interview by Kofi Asare of EduWatch. Parents, students should pursue legal action over unfair hairstyle rules. Parents, students should pursue legal action over unfair hairstyle rules. Northern Business Fair, a gateway to new opportunities for Northern Ghana. Government to borrow 75 billion cedis from domestic market in Q4. Appoint substantive defense minister now, Dominic Nitiwu tells Mahama. Driver indiscipline blamed for fatal Kaswa-Winneba highway crash. That's according to the police. Ashaiman residents raise concern over faulty traffic lights. Tema Assembly set to clear illegal structures. Ghana has lost a great role model for women. Ofoswampo for Mons, Nana Konadu. NPP race, Bawumia confident of 90% delegate support in Tano North. And then you have exhibitors celebrates gains, partnerships as Northern Business Fair concludes in Tamale. Right, so go online, you can get the details of these stories and several others. All right. Okay, so this is Breakfast Daily. We have a birthday wish. This one is saying happy birthday to ex-warrant officer 1, Ameyibo, also known as Black Man. Today is your birthday and your daughter is wishing you a happy birthday, praying for long life, for strength and for health for you. She says you are the best father in the whole world and may the good Lord continue to bless you. Ex-warrant officer 1, Ameyibo, also known as Black Man, happy birthday to you. This is Breakfast Daily live on Channel 1 Television. Stay with us. When we come back, we begin the news review segment.
uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm
the second coming.
Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa, dear. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late, of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. Yeah, you go be the luckiest. Copy from Georgia be luckiest. From not the cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're lucky, everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God the apple boom. If you put it so would the coming of the Son of Man be. Is that his car?
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
This November, something amazing is coming to Accra. Are you a farmer with fresh produce? Are you into fish farming, poultry or livestock? Then get ready for the November edition of the AgriFair 2025. Yes, AgriFair 2025. It's happening on Friday the 28th to Sunday the 30th of November. It's happening at the A4 Southern Children's Park and it's 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. It's the ultimate weekend marketplace. From fruits and vegetables to poultry, livestock and fish to agri-inputs and processing machinery. All at unbeatable farm gate prices. Whether you're selling or buying, this is your chance to connect, trade and grow. Enjoy the freshest farm produce, sizzling kebabs, and a vibrant marketplace atmosphere all in one space. Register now and secure your spot. Call 0558-973-973 for more information. AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation. The AgriFair 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM.
The greatest impairment for every person with autism has to do with communication difficulty, behavior issues, and challenges in interacting with people.
EdTech is critical using your KCC model, KIT Content Confidence.
For me, as a visually impaired person, if you produce your document in print and I want to read it, I either have to scan it, and that is technology, so that it can come into a speech format.
How can we get inclusive education for all?
When it comes to learners with disability, there's so much barrier. There should be 3 things I want to emphasize.
If these things are not provided to support a child with autism or a person with autism, it makes life very frustrating.
It will enhance their social interaction through virtual meetings.
Watch EdTech Mondays on Mondays at 7 p.m. Brought to you by the MasterCard Foundation in partnership with Mest Africa, only on Channel 1 TV.
Hello there. Grateful that you chose us. Thank you so much. This is Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 Television. It's time for the news review segment. We're going straight into the conversations. We have a lot to discuss this morning. Hopefully, we're able to make judicious use of our time. Let me quickly say good morning to Dr. Palgrave Boakye Dankwa of the New Patriotic Party. He's a lecturer at the University of Professional Studies, CRA, UPSA. And Elvis Dakon is the editor of the News Center newspaper, newscenter.com. Gentlemen, good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Good morning.
It's good to have you.
It's good to be here.
Yes. All right. We're starting on a sad note. On Thursday, if you like, we lost the mother of the Fourth Republic, if I can put it that way. Nana Konadu Agyeman-Rawlings passed on at age 76. We continue to commiserate with the family, our condolences to the family, and we pray that the good Lord himself will keep her in his bosom. But, Doc, let me start off with you. I mean, when the name is mentioned, what comes to mind? Nana Konadu Agyeman-Rawlings.
Nana, very good morning to you, and very good morning to your listening Ghanaians. Let me first congratulate City FM. I noticed and recognized that you had an event in Tamale, which is really good. The inclusivity within which your network is moving around the country is really commendable, and I must commend your team. And also congratulate your new leadership that you have in place. Yourself, my good friend Sami Wiafe, Nana Kwabena, Fred Jadbano, who always makes sure that I'm here in the morning. And I mean, I'm glad that you have one female, Zoe Abudebu. So congratulations to all of you.
Thank you.
Nana Konadu Agyeman-Rawlings, let me immediately send my condolences to the family, send my condolences to the Ghanaian people. Definitely Ghana is mourning.
Yeah.
And we're mourning on a sad note, but also on a very triumphal journey of Nana Konadu Agyeman-Rawlings. For me, as I consider her in this Fourth Republic, I would consider her as a trailblazer in Ghanaian politics. And you are aware very well that she's etched her time really in the fabric of Ghana and would continually be remembered by the good people of this country. As we reflect upon her life and journey, I'm certain that Ghana has gotten to a place where a number of her aspirations has been achieved. We have in this country the first female vice president, and clearly you are aware how Nana Konadu Agyeman-Rawlings distinguished herself as an individual beyond being the first lady of the Republic of Ghana, the longest serving, starting up the 31st December Women's Movement, which was clearly to affirm the fact that women have a role and women have a place in our Ghanaian polity. She hammered in that very well. In the startup of her own political party, NDP, you would have ordinarily thought that as a wife of a former president, I mean, her journey should come to an end when the presidency of her husband comes to an end. But she felt that there was more that she could do, and continually she edged up for more, which is why she set up the NDP. And she wrote a book, very, very excellent book that I've read back to back. It Takes a Woman. Clearly you see that women's role are important. I chanced upon some interviews that were done about her and how she recounted the fact that she was going for a loan in a bank and they asked that she either brings the husband. So it was almost like a country that had been built on patriarchy, and she demystified that. And so today, if you are a young woman who can be able to access loan, it's credited to some of the works that Nana Konadu Agyeman-Rawlings has done. And we would miss her dearly, miss her fortitude, her resilience, her standing up for women's rights and speaking up very clearly. She has been a great example of a couple because she stood very strongly with her husband all throughout the PNDC era, all throughout the AFRC. She's been a very formidable woman. And for me, I would consider her and her husband, both of them of blessed memory. I consider both of them as good examples in terms of marriage, publicly from what we saw, standing with your husband, and the husband also standing with her, because you realize that the husband didn't stand in the way of the pioneering of the NDP, fully gave his blessing for the wife to be able to flourish and live out to her God-given desires. And so it's a very sad day for Ghana. It's a very sad day for Africa. She epitomizes all, and a great model and a great example that we will continually remember when we mention her name. And may her soul rest in peace. Our deepest condolences to the family. And I'm glad as well that the daughter Zeneto is in Parliament. And so if you look at all the journey, you clearly would see that her footprints are loud to ignore. And for me, as I think about Dr. J.B. Dankwa, who is considered the doyen of Ghanaian politics, I will consider Nana Kunedu Agyemang-Rawlings as a trailblazer in Ghanaian politics.
Very well, very well. I agree entirely. But Elvis, I mean, we can remember Nana Kunedu for a lot of things. Her politics, her philanthropy, her advocacy, you name it. But what's that major thing that stands out for you when you remember Nana Kunedu Agyemang-Rawlings?
Well, I'm also to take the opportunity to congratulate all the new leaders of Channel 1 and
Thank you.
And then you going up there to also try and open the country up for business, actually to make sure that business thrives in every part of the country, especially that part of the country where a lot of potential exists, but we have not been able to take advantage of it. And I think Nana Kunedu Agyemang-Rawlings, I think it's only last week that we're discussing Alan, and I was like, I was sad that when she stood for elections, the women of Ghana did not show support for her, because to me, what she's done for women in this country, no single person can boast of any such record compared to what Nana Kunedu Agyemang-Rawlings had done for women in this country. And that's why when she stood for election and people didn't vote for her, I felt a lot of pains, because I believe that the women should have said, this is somebody who actually cares about us, and therefore we should show some gratitude. Clearly, we've seen first ladies in Ghana, across Africa, and around the world. And it's only few first ladies that are able to stand out. And for me, what Nana Kunedu Agyemang-Rawlings has done in this country, I believe that if she was the first lady for any European country or in America or any of the advanced countries, she would have been made like a global personality for women empowerment. She did so much for women in this country, but as usual, it's Ghana, it's Africa. So it's like we've not really recognized what this woman did.
Right.
A wife of a military leader who decided that that position should not just be about loading herself around and driving in big cars and then holding big bags and then enjoying herself. But she decided that it should benefit the female gender, because there seems to be a disparity, a wide gap between the male and female gender. And she had just set up an organization. And that organization, what I like about it is the economic empowerment aspect of that organization. How to make sure that women in rural communities are able to engage in basic business activities so that they can earn a living. They can support their children. They can support their husbands to take care of their kids. For me, it's like the biggest thing I've seen in this country by a single individual who is interested in people's well-being economically. And I think that, as I said, we've not celebrated her well. If you look at her life and journey to where she's gotten to, she did something that every Ghanaian needs to say thank you. Look, I believe that she played a major role in Ghana having an intestate succession law. She played a major role in Ghana having an intestate succession law. I believe that she played a major role to ensure that there were women who played key roles in the government of Jerry Rawlings, even when it was a military leader. Because if you look around, as military leadership is largely dominated by men. You hardly will find women playing critical roles in military regimes. But if you look at Papa J's military regime, even though military, you still see women at very important positions. Yeah. It's not like a men thing. We have gone to do the coup and we are the one who must govern. And if you look at it throughout, even to 92 elections to all the way to 2000, you see that even in the government of that NDC led by Jay Rawlings, women were at very important positions. And if you look at the interstate succession law, I believe that that law has done more for women in this country than any other law. Because until the passage of that law, women had no recourse when husbands decide to deal with them in a very bad way. When husbands pass away and families decide to take everything away from women, there was no legal recourse for you at that time, because we say everything is rooted in our culture and therefore the culture takes precedence. So that single law made sure that women are no longer treated in that manner. And if you decide to take on the family or a man who is trying to outreach in a certain way, the courts are there to help. And I think that law in itself, I believe that this woman had a very big hand in it, and that law has changed the status of women in our society significantly up to today. And I think that the Nana Konadu deserve credit for that.
Right.
And as I said, even after all these things, somebody said, and I agree, even at the time the Beijing conference was held, there was no social media. But because of her advocacy, everybody in Ghana knew about the Beijing conference.
Yeah.
Everybody knew about Beijing conference simply because there's no single speech Nana Konadu will give and she will not mention the Beijing conference and how the ideals of that conference have the potential to transform the lives of women. So I think that, so me in Africa, if we are talking about a transformative first lady in Africa in the past 30-40 years, if you ask me, I think Nana Konadu stands out above all. Based on all that I have recounted, I think we are talking about a transformative first lady who is not sitting there to say, my husband is president, I'm supposed to be just following my husband around, but decided to take on duties and responsibility on her own to make sure that she leaves behind a certain legacy, and a legacy that will forever live on in this country, because we are talking about the first person to think about economic empowerment of women in such a large scale in this country. It was Nana Konadu Agyeman Rawlings.
Right.
We are talking about the interstate succession law. It's about Nana Konadu Agyeman Rawlings. So I believe that we've really not honored her when she was alive.
True.
And now that she's passed, I think that the nation needs to do something significantly to honor this woman, so that it will set the precedent that if you are a woman and you are a first lady and you are able to make that significant impact in the lives of people of this country, you will be recognized. And I have said that probably if I were one of the children, maybe either revive 31st December Women's Movement, because it's about economic empowerment. Forget about people said, oh, it's a coup day. What do I care about a coup day? If there's an association that emanated from a coup or a day, but its focus is to transform the lives of people economically, what has that got to do with the coup?
Yeah.
You should look at what that organization is.
The benefits.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So for me, unfortunately, even though when after government, it's like she herself didn't have a lot of active participation in the testifying, or they can decide to set up a CSO or an NGO that is focused on women's rights, women's rights and women's empowerment.
Right.
Her name needs to be inked in gold in this country when it comes to issues of women empowerment. And for me, I salute her, and I think every Ghanaian needs to salute Nana Konadu Agyeman Rawlings. And I hope and pray that we give her the befitting burial and a befitting memorial that will live long to keep all that she has done in the minds of generations to come. Because for those who have not witnessed it, if we don't do anything memorable for her, the generation to come may not even remember her. Right. But I think that would be unfair if the generation to come fail to remember her, because whatever they will be enjoying in the future in terms of women's rights, empowerment and everything started significantly with her.
Thank you, Elvis. Let's say good morning to Elikem Kotoko. Elikem, welcome. Good
Thank
to
you
have
so
you.
much.
Good to see you.
Good morning. Good
Right.
to see you all.
Nana Akunedo Agyeman-Rawlings, and unfortunately, we've lost her. We're extending our condolences to the family.
Yeah.
I mean, you are of the NDC fraternity.
Yeah.
Quick thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, and good morning to everybody. This whole news came as a great shock to many of us across the entire political divide and the nation as a whole. Nana Akunedo Agyeman-Rawlings, a name that would forever be written in the annals of history of Ghana. And what a stalwart. Indeed, I also agree that we have not celebrated her enough.
True.
But is she the only one? No. It is just in the nature of Ghanaians. We like to glorify dead people. And I find it very troubling that as part of our culture, I don't know if it is enshrined in us, but as part of our culture, we rather glorify people when they are past and gone, not when they are alive. And that is very worrying. It takes nothing away from all of us here that, for instance, when she was alive, there could be a day the media will decide to take up a story and decide to just look at this person. Somebody will just write about that. Somebody will just give a lecture about that. We have our schools. And it is why our history is very important.
True.
We sit here, and if I talk of the Irish Revolution, the French Revolution, the Cuban Revolution, people around this table or watching us can tell everything succinctly.
Exactly. Yeah.
But talk about the Ghanaian Revolution, then it is thrown to the dogs, it becomes politics, and nobody wants to even talk about that. We should shelve it and put it under wraps because that is the Ghanaian one, it is a dark day. It is part of your history and you can't do away with it.
Yeah.
So these are things we need to learn. I recall, I very, very sad and shameful to say on my side that she wrote a memoir. It Takes a Woman.
It Takes a Woman.
I recall buying that of Michelle Obama.
Okay.
And I recall publishing this one and making the effort to take her own as well too. And I haven't been able to read much, but I am glad I did. And this is just to tell those out there, at least she has put something there as well.
Exactly.
A memoir titled It Takes a Woman. And you can never write the history of Ghana without the name Nana Akunedo Agyeman-Rawlings. It cannot also be taken away from her that she was the most active, known first ladies that played a very strong complementary role in shaping Ghana. And I think for even a century ahead, if we are not careful, we may not have any of his kind as a strong women advocate, women and children advocate, who did not only advocate for women inclusion, involvement, and empowerment, but walked the talk. And with the establishment of the 31st December Women Movement, for instance, we all know the impact it had on many people across the length and breadth of this country. And this is somebody who knew what she was about. And she played a true complementary role to her husband, who was not always present and at home. So she was not only a national female icon, but a very proud and disciplined mother to the children at home as well. How she combined all these is another matter for another day. And it is why it is so shameful that as Ghanaians, may I reiterate again that we fail to appreciate people, but only do so when they are dead and gone. And her departure is going to leave a very huge vacuum in this country. And we all know the roles she played in diverse ways. She's human just like all of us. She may not have gotten everything right, but I believe that at the mention of Nana Akunedo Agyeman-Rawlings, it's hard for one to be able to pinpoint something that they would say negative about her. There may be rumors, for instance, like people say she's iron-fisted and all that. Look, when you are disciplinarian and strict or principled, it comes with such titles.
Indeed.
And it is something we must always know. And this is somebody, look at her children.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not trying to, but we've had some former, how do you call them? president's children who've been very, very wayward and grossly very, I don't know the right words to say it, but look at them, Dr. Zaneto, Amina, Yasantewa, Kimati. What bad news have you heard of them? What have you heard? Very disciplined, very, very, very comporting of themselves. And so it's so sad we've lost such an icon at 76. She doesn't even look 76.
Exactly.
She never looked 76. Yeah. I think she was going to be 77 in about some 3 weeks or so from today. And about celebrating another anniversary after we lost the former president as well too. My deepest condolences to the family, most especially to the children who automatically are orphans now as we speak. And they have demonstrated some strength so far, but we know that it is those who are talking to them are doing well. And I know that no matter what, it is not easy. Nobody wishes to be in that situation. And for the women advocates, I believe that, sincerely speaking, this may be a time for the children, maybe Dr. Zaneto, Amina, or Yasantua all together, to revive the 31st December Women's Movement. I cannot imagine any other major or significant advocacy program that sought to advance the empowerment and skills development of our women compared to 31st December Women movement. And and its properties or buildings are still dotted around the country where we can see visibly. Hundreds of thousands of people have benefited from that as well. And so we wish her well. We pray that the Almighty God grant her rest in peace. And if indeed there's life after death, then I believe that she and the Maker, and also with former President, will make up again.
Very well, very well.
And let's not forget that she was the one who started daycare for kids.
True.
For marketing.
Especially in
underserved communities. That if the women are going to do business and they are busy, then there's a place to keep their children.
Yeah.
What as the educational system, how did we integrate that into the educational system? See, so a lot of good things are happening around us. But instead of policymakers to sit and say, if Nana Kuredu started this thing, it's really something probably we've not really looked at in the educational system. How do we integrate this to make sure that women need to go out there to fend for their families, but they are always disturbed by carrying their babies around. Even the wealth of the baby in the sun doesn't help. So if somebody has brought this beautiful idea, why don't we make it her concept, add it to the educational system, so that we just will look at all these things and look at all this here. Today there are so many communities, there's no daycare. Kindergartens are not there. And then we say we are building an educational system. Single-handedly, she's not an educationist. She's not the Minister of Education. But she realized that if I'm empowering women to go out there, work and help, their children, what happens when they have little kids? She was able to come out with the idea that then let's create daycare for them. This is a brain, somebody who the system should have recognized long ago, would have integrated this into our educational system. By now, every community will have a small daycare for women. But for children to go when their parents are going to the farm, the market, and other places. But as we speak, it's a problem. So you see, we have good things happening around us, but the policymakers are not looking at who in his or her small corner is doing something that if we're able to look at critically and integrate into a system and support will help all of us. This woman, as I said, we need to do something significantly that for the next 100 years, we will remember her forever. Because what she did as an individual and as an organization, she actually set up. Even our national system have not been able to put such situations in place. The numbers she empowered economically, Gary,
there's a mill somewhere.
A corn mill somewhere. She identified the basic needs that women can do that generate some income. You go to those communities, a woman that is actually operating the corn mill and grinding the cassava and grinding the maize for people. And then she said she was not thinking about we need a company that will employ 100 people, 200 people. She looked at the community and identified basic needs in those communities. And the basic economic opportunity that can be exploited. This is our problem. Because we have failed to do this in a large scale, everybody thinks that unless you work in a big factory, unless you come to Accra, unless you go to Kumasi or Takoradi, you can't be employed. But this woman didn't look at it that way. She look at it that in every community there are economic opportunities people can exploit, but they don't understand how to do it, or they need a little support. So she identified basic things like this. Today, which specific institution of state is looking at identifying economic opportunities in rural communities and empowering people to take advantage of it? There's a lot we need to learn from this woman initiatives.
And it only reiterates the fact that a revamp of the 31st December women movement will be in its right course. She was just such an effective and an efficient organizer. She understood what she needed to do. It didn't require rocket science. And above all, she demonstrated that the rationale behind influence is to impact. She used her influence to impact and impact greatly. Not that I am Elikem, I am the deputy national organizer and you lord over people. I am this appointee and you look. I am that. No, but she indeed impacted something that is worth learning by many people. And I think an idol for many women, even in her death.
Very well. Nana, many of us did not meet Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's wife, and many of us did not meet Yasantua. But I think that with the opportunity of living the lifetime of Nana Konadu Agyemang-Rawlings, her fashion is bespoke. You know, when you see ladies who dress and put on belts, you know, Nana Konadu will sew her beautiful kente, and there's a belt of righteousness in her waist. You know, and that's very epic. Absolutely. And so to the Ashanti Kingdom as well, we send our deepest condolences.
And the promotion of local textiles.
Very much.
How do we use Nana Konadu in suits?
All her outfits were very
all her outfits are local, Ghanaian fabrics.
You know,
an icon for the fashion industry, an icon for our local fabrics.
True.
The woman, as I said, if we want to address this woman step by step in her life, every aspect of her life is something about Ghana.
She's a colossus.
It's something about Ghana.
A very good colossus.
If we treat this woman well, future first ladies will know that if they do things like that, they'll be remembered.
True. Very well.
But she was vocal as well.
Indeed.
Very
vocal. She was not quiet.
Vociferous, and fearless,
she won't allow anybody to intimidate her.
You couldn't.
You know,
you couldn't.
She survived.
Indeed.
She's a big survivor.
Indeed. We should continue to rest in peace. And once again, our condolences to the family. Now, let's get into our senior high schools. The matter of discipline in schools. The Education Minister has defended the hairstyle rules, insisting no long hairs, no hairstyles. We'll cut our hair short in senior high schools. Eligam, you took your daughter to school when? This weekend?
Last weekend.
Last weekend?
Yes.
Yes. Share your experience. Let me start from you. Share your experience.
In fact, as a parent and a former child of a parent too, I find absolutely nothing wrong with children having to be put in the right way of discipline at this age. I am rather shocked at any person or persons who suddenly, out of the blue, want to all of a sudden champion a certain goal of right, left or wrong, and democracy, and pardon my French, but all that nonsense. We have all been to school, haven't we?
Indeed.
Even when we were in primary schools, you were told where to cut your short up to. It doesn't have to go below the knee level, your dress, your nails. Look, I mean, let's stop this nonsense. And I am very passionate about things of this nature. If we are today saying that you cannot cut or trim your hair, tomorrow we will now be saying that you can leave your nails. The next moment, then there's no need for uniforms. What is the purpose of all this? It is aimed at instilling some form of discipline in our children in the basic, primary, junior, and senior high schools. That is all. It is not to enslave them, it is to keep them disciplined so that they learn to be disciplined after a while. When you go to tertiary, there's all the freedom there. My daughter, Tonam, also had her hair, her natural hair as well. And she was always like, oh, she won't cut this hair. And I kept laughing always because I first she didn't know that when the time comes, she was
But
going
you
to
knew this.
do- Yes. So, at the point, I had to again talk to her that, look, when he gets to this level, this is what has to happen. Then she was requesting that then she wants to go to a school where she'll be. But I had to rather explain to her that, look, it is not for anything. It is to ensure and instill discipline.
Yeah.
I mean, it is not today that this is being instituted. It has been there long ago. So where from the proponents of free head suddenly, where are they coming from? And some are saying that, in fact, I don't know how true it is. I would have addressed it appropriately. I learned Rasmus Bagarak was asking the minister what long hair has got to do. But the point is that, how are they going to even maintain these hairs in school? Because some of them have permed, I don't know how they call the various things, I only know of permit. And all of that, they use these chemicals, they go to a hairdressing salon. So every week or two, how the children do that? They have to go or spend time sit with their colleagues to be trimming their hair and all of that. When you could just barber your hair, which is the simplest form of keeping your hair very neat. And I find it very worrying if this is also becoming a topical issue for us to be debating. It has no locus anywhere in our education. We know where we have come from. The purpose of secondary education, or from basic education to secondary education, is not only to give you that awareness, but it is also to make you very disciplined. So any parent who is losing sight of the fact that the purpose of education is to keep you disciplined, especially at the basic, junior and senior high levels, is losing grounds. So we are doing this to ensure that the boy, the girl who we have sent to school knows that when they say, why is it that even their timetable is regimented? That you must wake up at this time, you must clean at this time, bath at this time, lectures or class starts at this time. When you close or you go for dining at so and so time, you go for prep at that time. At the tertiary, do we have that? No. Even you can decide to go for your lecture or not. If you feel that you are okay with what they are teaching, you can decide to be absent, but if you do well, that is up to you. So at the secondary school, let us stop this. These are still teenagers, for God's sake. These are still teenagers who do not know the best for themselves. And therefore, we as parents should not be the one now, more or less like over-pampering them to say that we wish they have their hair on. And this have some undue influences over all other people. It is the reason why the discipline of ensuring they all wear a same uniform, same sandals. I am one of those who have spoken again against restricting them to wearing maybe only black trainers to school and all that, because sometimes it's making these sellers rip us off with the price of black trainers. But it is to maintain discipline, so that, pardon me, if Elvis has a ward and Elvis is unable to afford this flashy lifestyle of dressing, and I am able to, and maybe he is also able to, they can all go to the same school knowing that the dresses they wear is the same.
Exactly.
The Achimota sandals they wear is the same.
And that would deal with any level of inferiority complex.
Inferiority complex. So that somebody doesn't come and bring instead of bringing a chop box, or how do you call it, a trunk. The person rather brings a suitcase. Somebody, you get that? We need to avoid.
There should be uniformity at that level.
Already. When it is time for visitations, trust me, some of these kids feel very sad. Either their parents or guardians don't visit them, or they do, but they see other people's parents visit, and they're in some very flashy car, and then they feel so. So that there's still that element. Let us not compound the problem by trying to say that today let them have their hair on. Then kids who are teenagers, how old are 14, 15 will come and be telling, this is a Brazilian hair, that is this. Or even if it is their natural hair they are doing, one will say that I do my hair at that expensive place. This one will say I do my hair over there. Then this one also say when I plait my hair it costs me this. Let us stop this nonsense.
I think it's a distraction.
Yes, let us stop this nonsense of glorifying such mediocrity as parents and as Ghanaians. They are very significant, proper matters for us to discuss. If there's nothing to discuss, let's rather even talk about our inmates in prisons who actually also deserve further increments, as the current government, President Mahama, has done, but they will still need more. There are street lights that are not functioning that we need to be talking about. There are roads that are being constructed that we need to continue to talk of its progress. People are unemployed and want jobs. And now we want to bring into the conversation our children who are teenagers, who are not in the best capacity to think for themselves. And we have parents wading into this debate to say, I want to keep my child's hair. It has no relation with education. It has every relationship with discipline and composure. And we must make sure that there's uniformity in our schools. And you see, already, when you even have schools saying they say this is category A, category B, I frown on that, for instance. You have parents whose children maybe perform badly at the last exams, yet they still want their award to be at the category A. And when you call me, what I'll tell you is this. Look, if your child couldn't make 6 ones or 7 ones or 8 ones, has gotten 24, and you want him or her to go and sit with those who made 6 ones, you are contributing to the failure of your child. Because you think that, oh, I want him to also go to Achimota. I want him to go to Wegehe. I want him to go to that high school. He or she will go to that school, but when they are teaching, he or she will not pick up quickly like those who are sharp. And so in the end, he will still be at the bottom. You are finished. A certain regional chairman went to a certain school which is very known in this country. But when he speaks, it's a bombshell. And we know that. So you get the example I'm talking about. And so it is not about the school name and all of that. It is your quality and caliber. Let us as a people be serious for once and take away the emotions and sensationalism about some of these things. It will be for our own interests.
Elvis, I've seen a lot of commentary about hairstyle not having a bearing on, if you like, the knowledge of the child or the child's education. And then there are those who argue that there should be uniformity at that level, for which reason there are prescribed looks, a prescribed attire and all that. Your thoughts on this?
Well, thank you for the opportunity. I think that we just have to find out the rationale behind some of these arguments, okay? As far this issue is not today. Every year we come back to discuss this issue. It happens every year. The latest and most controversial was Tyrone Magai.
Yeah.
We all remember the issue of Tyrone Magai. So I think that it's like we are just going back and forth on the same issue. And GS will never tell you that this is what should be done, because what we are talking about is a norm. It's not a rule. It's not a GS rule that when children are going to school, their hair must be this, you must cut their hair, they must, no. It's a norm. So a norm is not legality. So what is behind the norm? And how does the norm help or defeat the purpose of education? I believe strongly that we are just overflopping this issue. The children are coming from different rooms with different upbringing, different financial status. I don't think education should limit you to certain things simply because you are in school. I rather think that what we should make it work is for parents to understand that, let your child understand that the school you are going to, your purpose is go and study. Your purpose is not going to look at what somebody is wearing, and that if you don't have some, it becomes a demotivation. That's not where you are going there, because even after school, that child will still be far ahead of you financially. Nothing will change. So when parents are able to prep their children very well to understand that, even you going to secondary school, you are not working. Me as a parent, I can't afford to do your hair for you, so you will cut it. If a parent says, that's for me, I can afford to do your hair for you every 2 weeks, so go to school and I'll provide. That is also another thing somebody can afford. I think that when it comes to choices, we should just let the children understand that education is for you to go and do A, B, C, D. Not for you to, it's not a fashion contest for you to go and be comparing yourself that, so this person has this person has that, and I don't have it, and I don't have that. And this idea of long hair, the question is, if the person has long, what is the impact on the person's academic performance? How does it affect academic performance if the person is having a long hair? If it's a short hair, what is the academic performance impact? All this nobody is asking. We are just making it back up. I believe strongly that if we allow the children to go to school based on the preferences of the children, if the parents, if the parent think, as for me, my child can keep one Ecolak, I don't want my child to use chop box, so I'm going to buy a plastic chop box so that the child will look very neat for everything. I think we should allow it. We shouldn't let the schools be bringing this kind of rules that create the impression as if a long hair will make you fail. I don't understand it. As for the indecent of short dressing, that we understand. But in terms of hair, I don't really understand why hair is an issue. I don't think that hair should be an issue at all in our schools. Because I don't see how the style of haircut I have will have any impact on my academic performance. So I don't think that this rule of chinchina, somebody must have this type of haircut and the rest, I don't buy into that. I think that we should leave that decision to parents. If the parents say, I can afford to buy, send my ward to the salon every 2 weeks to have the hair do, and that's what makes my child feel confident and is able to do what she wants to do, let it be. If you're also able to convince your child and say, whether long hair or short hair doesn't matter, you be in the school and able to study and come out with flying colors is what matters. That is also important. So I think that psychologically, we are putting the children in a situation where we shouldn't put them. As if the haircut is a big problem. No, let the ability to afford be there. If you are going to school and your parents can't afford perm your hair, you are not the one who is going to perm your hair, right?
No.
Those who come with perm hairs because their parents can afford, that's why they came with it. So why are we trying to restrict them that everybody should look the same? And I don't really buy it. And 3 years after school, when they go to the university, nobody tells them what hair to cut. Does it have any impact on their education at the university level because they are allowed to put out any type of hair, shoe, and everything? How does it impact their education at the tertiary level? And if it did an impact, why is the tertiary not implementing similar reform? So I think that this issue should be seen from a perspective of every parent and what it thinks will make the child happy and make the child psychologically stable to study. Right. Because if the child felt like I need a long hair, you go and force the child. Psychologically, it may destabilize the child academic performance. Because if the child sees that short hair as demeaning, or you are forcing her to do something she doesn't want to do, and psychology its impact on her academic performance, the child may never be able to recover. And that will simply be because she felt that I need the hair. That's what makes me feel comfortable. So I am of the view that parents should be told that if you allow your child to come to school with hair, probably the long hair, we don't want it to be smelling among their college students. So the rule will be that every 2 weeks, the child will have to do A, B, C, D to keep the hair neat in a format that will not become, because excuse me, if the child has a hair and for 1 month is not washing it, at least it will be releasing some scent that will be a problem to colleagues. So if the parents say we will be able to go by that maintenance regime for the child's hair, I don't think that is an issue. So for me, this idea of hair or minus hair is not an issue. As I said, look at Tyrone Magai. At the end of the day, look at her results after Wasi. One of the best. Okay? What was the problem with the hair when we talk about it? And after trade, the guy has one of the best results in this country, and it's now even still some of the best universities out there. It didn't have any impact on the academic level. So why were we forcing that Magai must by all means cut the hair? Even the Magai story should be an example to all of us to say that this thing we are taking and making fetish out of it is needless. Our conversation should be, as the children are there, how are we able to help them academically to succeed? Elegant say if your child has 26 and you wanted to go to pre-sec, it depends on the circumstances. Because if a child that has gone to JSS in a very deprived school where they don't have enough teachers, teaching and learning materials are not enough, it's not because that child is not intelligent. It's because the resources needed to learn and teach were not enough. That child will come to pre-sec with 26, may become the overall best student. A lecturer of Legon told me that they had a student from one of the towns in Volta region in one of the departments in Legon. She came with such a bad grade that they didn't want to take her. And they told they should accept this girl because of the right policy. In the department, that girl ended up becoming the overall best student. Even though the grade she brought to Legon was the worst among all those admitted, she became the overall best student. I have a child I know who wanted to go to a medical school, was refused admission. We wanted to go to which was a new university. He didn't get it. Then we got somebody at UCC to help, and the guy got UCC. He's one of the best performing students in the class as we speak. When opportunity comes for students, the best student to go abroad, or every year he goes abroad. But this is a child that, based on the grade he was going, they said he can't be a medical student. But when he was given the chance to compete with those who have the AAAs with the same opportunity, same teachers, same resources, he's one of the best students that now he even is among those who are given the opportunity to travel abroad. So sometimes when we say a parent says the child has this grade and wants it to go to the best school. If that's the best thing a parent might do for a child, because the parent has recognized that my child's non-performance at the basic level is because of the school the child has attended, not because my child is not that brilliant. But if I'm able to give that child a category A school, when the child has access to the best of teaching aids and learning materials, that child can rise and compete with those who have better grades than that child from the secondary level. So sometimes from the GSS, so sometimes it's not only, so when we are using the grades alone, sometimes it's problem. There are very brilliant chaps who are coming from very deprived schools. But when given the chance to compete with those with the best grades in category A or B schools where they all have access to the same results, in 3 years, that same child will have some of the best results. I have a cousin whose child 3 years ago was sent to some schools. When we went to the schools, they said, no, these schools we don't take. Their grades were like 30 something, almost 40. We forced and took one to Bishop Herman. We managed to get one to Ola Girls. When they finished, they had very good, they passed all their papers.
Wow.
But with over 30 from JSS. But if we are taking them to the very schools that they were taken to, they may not even have 2 passes.
Yeah.
Because they are coming from a very bad background. And then the schools we were giving them were also having a very bad situation. So if you allow them to go there, the bottom line is that they will come up and will say, these children, they are failures. Unfortunately, they're not failures. It's because of the schools they attended.
Right.
The resources were not there. So I think we have to look at these things more holistic. I think the last discussion we had, we said it. We shouldn't always be looking at the academic performance. We should also look at so many other factors. That's why I said that let's upgrade President Kufuor policy of upgrade the schools and give them the resources they need. Instead of building more, yet they don't have the resources. Why don't we upgrade the ones that exist and give them the resources? For me, we should be rather focused on the most important thing than a trivial thing like haircut. I don't think it's really a discussion at all.
Look, you lecture in an institution that is very strict on, if you like, dress code and all that. I mean, we get to have this conversation every year. I always just mention that the most controversial and recent one is Tyrone McGuy. The arguments of health, that this hair may begin to smell, it may have lice in them. There are those who speak on even the psyche of the children in school, because we know that not all hair types are the same. Some may have curly hair, some may have thick, dark, long hair, and that might become a competition amongst themselves instead of focusing on their education and all. I mean, your thoughts?
You know, Nana, all of these scenarios and synopses that people are assuming, it's not been tried, it's not been tested, and so you can't have any variable of conclusion to it. But we're building a society. I am increasingly getting concerned. And this is what my concern is. I grew up in the barracks. Okay, my parents were not in the army, but my guardian was a colonel. He retired as a colonel. And growing up in the barracks, especially during the AFRC era and the PNDC era when we had gotten back from exile, definitely I can't train my children and discipline them in the manner in which my guardian disciplined me. And obviously I won't use this platform to state some of the things that I went through. But we're building a society. From how I am seeing how we are doing our things, it's gradually becoming as though we are still in our medieval days. And we cannot be in our medieval days. I'm a parent. I have 5 children, 4 beautiful ladies, 1 gentleman. So you can imagine, as a young parent, living in Ghana, and the context of the fact that in the next few years, maybe in the next 5 years, my daughter is going to go to senior high school. And she keeps her hair because she goes to an international school. And if I want to continue to keep them in the international school, she can keep her hair. But if I want to bring them to the Ghana Education Service, education, then she would have to cut her hair. And of course, I mean, a lot of conversations has gone around the table. We must develop with the growing trends in this country. I listened to Professor Chinri Hesse, and she said that in the days when she was going to school, if you had sandals and one did not have sandals, you were told that you should remove your sandal so that you can walk barefooted. And it was a conversation of equity and equality so that all of us can be the same. But the generations have come on where clearly we have seen that we can all not be equal. And maybe we've not studied it empirically well, because in the days when we were going to school, there was no advance of social media. In the days when we were going to school, we went to schools that we might not have liked and we might have cried, and so those most things were not shown out there. We rebelled strongly against the educational system. Our grades were bad because we didn't like the school. We didn't study it much. But now we are gradually seeing that there is some studies that must be done. Obviously, there is no correlation with character formation with cutting of hair. And it's troubling to see that in the 21st century, we continue to have this. About 2 weeks ago, this semester I'm teaching corporate governance. I brought in the lawyer of Tyrone Magai.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Gawuga. I brought him to the campus to come and give us a context of corporate governance and how that corporate governance principle affected Tyrone. Because in the days of the conversation of Tyrone Magai's case, it was clearly a corporate governance issue that Achimota says this should not be allowed. And I read the post that Tyrone put up last week. And I would like to re-emphasize it. And he said, there is a beautiful caution from the house I live in, which says that keeping your hair can and will impair your learning, force you against authorities, and influence you into hard drugs till you fail. I kept my hair, and obviously it failed me miserably. I remember scoring all Fs on my final exam. Now I'm homeless, uneducated, and incredibly useless. Please cut your hair before getting an education. Be different. Society cannot be judged under one lens, for it is not a single entity. It may look like we are chasing a valuable concept, uniformity, by forcing all students to keep a low cut. But what has uniformity got to do with equality? Rome wasn't built in a day, and I'm hoping someday we'll lay the first bricks.
You can tell the sarcasm and the irony in there, but points well made.
Tyrone is in University of Pennsylvania. It's an Ivy League school. And so I'm sad.
Penn State.
Yes, he's in Penn State. It's an Ivy League school. I am sad that Ghana, we are continually doing what we are doing. And look, the day I went to Adisado College, my first day, I went in a peace goer to Adisado College. When I got there, my seniors were there, who were also barracks boys. They asked me what I ate in the morning before I came to school. I told them I ate oats, which was true, Quaker oats, the tin one. Okay. The next day, do you know what I ate in Adisado College? Ekwe beni. I've never eaten that before. Okay. But, and so the fact that I eat oats in my house doesn't mean I should not have oats in a secondary school. Okay. So I'm thinking that we really need to apply caution. Of course, it bewills on the parents. It also bewills on the school. You can imagine how traumatic it has been for homes. My children are discussing it at home. So that is what's going to happen to me. They are discussing it. Okay? In recent times, they are asking that they go to, what's the name of this school? Is it DPS?
DPS. Delhi Public.
Yes. Why they cannot cut their hair? You understand? And if my little finances cannot afford it, it means that I have to send them to a school where I can afford. So let's have a nationalistic conversation. We will plead with the, like Elvis said, it's a norm, it's not a rule, but we'll plead with the Minister for Education. He has a clarion call to bring an innovative transformation into this system. I can imagine black people who are studying outside of this country, who are looking into Ghana and seeing that we are still being medieval in our thinking and in our ways of doing things. And I pray that this young girl in Yasantua School will have the courage and the confidence to continue studying. She would have the support. And if there are counselors, they should give her some counseling support, because her video has gone viral. Ordinarily, it wouldn't have been so when we were growing up, but now it is. And so it's become a national conversation. Okay? that she would have the support that she would need. When I was at the University of Ghana, one of the research that I did for my sociology major was that we should look at the academic performance of students in examination centers. Why did I do that research? I did that research because I felt that if you write exams at Great Hall, okay, your performance is different from writing exams at Tingetenge, which is the JBQ, or writing exams at N1. Why did I come to that conclusion? I came to that conclusion because the supervisors at Great Hall is more stricter than the supervisors at N1 or the N block or even JBQ. And so sometimes you are intimidated.
Right.
So even the fact that you could perform well, when you are writing an exam at Great Hall, you are scared. But if you are writing an exam at JBQ or you are writing at N1, you are more relaxed. So I did that observational analysis and that observational studies. We need to be able to do an observational study and analysis on this. I felt that Tyrone Magai landmark case and the context that lawyer Agawuga brought to me and the students clearly should have served as an example that we should take it on case-by-case basis and allow our students to grow with the courage and the fortitude that they need.
Very well. Let me take a break here. When I come back, I'll read your messages and then we continue with the conversations. This is Breakfast Daily on Channel One TV. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you banked like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more.
EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Fresh and safe. I'm holding my Verna bottle. No plastic seal, no worries. Open and hear the sound like click. That sound means it's fresh, no trick. No plastic seal, but it's still pure. Cool and clean, you can be sure. Verna leads the brighter way. What takes my doubt away? If it clicks, it's Verna. If it clicks, it's clean. Sip it, feel the difference. Verna water, pure and green. Click, open, sip. No stress, just sip. Chale Verna, no stress, just sip.
This advert is FDA approved.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Trotro from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late, of course.
712 hash. Yeah. You go give me the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From Natepia cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go be that luckiest.
God Kwamio!
Send your God the apple boom. If you put it to you, so would the coming of the Son of Man be.
Hey!
Is that his car?
Everywhere. Luckiest everywhere.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Grateful that you stayed on with us. This is Breakfast Daily, live on Channel 1 Television. A few of your messages and then we can make progress. Our Haj Ahmed from Nima says, it is a shame and we must stop this practice. When Nana Akuno Addo Agyemang Rawlings was alive, some people, especially in the NDC, maligned and attacked her integrity at one point in time. These same people are today eulogizing her with sweet words when she's no more. Political hypocrisy in the NDC must stop. Okay, this one says, good morning, I am Okai from Bantama in the Sene West District. If cutting hair brings discipline, Ghana would have been like heaven by now. Immediate use of mother tongue in schools, it will surely enhance teaching and learning experiences. But what about teachers who don't understand the language of the students, especially a northerner posted to teach in a southern part of the country? We wear what they wear, eat what they eat, speak the way they speak, and get it done the way they want. In Ken we trust. Okay. Enoch from Afenya says, let's encourage discipline in our schools and stop the unnecessary debate of the haircut. We go to school to learn and not to display beauty. Period. Let's cultivate the good things of the Westerners and not the bad ones. Mr. President, PSC Temashipyard is still reminding you of their board. Okay. Regarding the minister's directive to use local languages for instruction, in Guan, we have the following dialects that make up the Guan or Buem language. Likpe speaks Sekpele or Sekua. Akpafu and Lolobi speaks Siwu. Santokofi speaks Sele. All these are spoken within the Guan district. The challenge, however, is that most teachers from KG to P3 do not speak these dialects. They mainly speak Ewe, which has become the common lingua franca in the area. So the question is, which language should they teach in? The children speak their various dialects at home, yet the teachers may not understand them. What kind of Magana is this? And by the way, how do we even say a lion has a tail and a big head in Sekua, Sekbele, or Akpafu?
Who is going to answer that
question? Oh, Lord. This one says, okay, he's greeting good evening because he's texting from Sydney, Australia. In fact, I don't understand why some parents want to allow their children keep long hairs to school, while these same parents went to school without keeping long hairs. Is it because of modernization? We are blacks and we are copying everything Western, even their hair color. God help us. Nelson in Sydney, Australia. For once, I disagree with Elvis. As a teacher myself, I can confidently say that keeping hairs at that level significantly affects their performance. Women generally are more interested in their appearance, and that is likely to affect their output in class. Big Boots from Tema sent that one in. This one also says, good morning. I disagree with Mr. Dako's submission on the issue of hair in schools. Getting students to cut their hair is an issue of instilling discipline in these kids. Are we going to be happy as parents if our kids turn up to school with all kinds of crazy hairstyles? Let us not allow things that are not part of our norms. We are gradually allowing so many things that are not right, and that is why indiscipline is high. Ghana's education is just declining. Kofi from Accra, the big question to those who support the short hair is, why are foreigners who come to our schools allowed to keep their long hair? Don't they also need to be hygienic, etc.? Okay. So these are a few messages that have come in. Keep yours coming and we'll do our best to read them. Elvis, a few came to you disagreeing with your position.
Yeah, you see, the question, this is the problem we have. To attribute whether short or long hair
to academic performance.
It's what the problem is. You understand it? Because somebody, it is long hair that will make the person perform.
Yes.
Because that is what make hair feel confidence. So if you are taking that confidence away from the person and emotionally it affects the person may rather perform badly. So you see, as I said, we should let the responsibility go more with parents to explain to their children that going to school is about academic work. Whether it's not a fashion show you are going to. So just live a modest life. If parents instill certain principles in their children from home to school, these things we are talking about will not happen. You see, so let's also understand that you think that the short hair will make somebody perform. But if the short hair is the person's confidence and you are cutting it, it will not make the person fail. So you are seeing it from your perspective. But what about the affected individual? What is the person's perspective on the issue? So this is why we shouldn't make it a fetish issue and say this. As I said, if we let the parents decide, that's why I commend my brother Elikem. I saw his post on Facebook where he said he just spoke to the daughter and said, A, B, C, D. So don't worry, 3 years will come soon. Why you get the investor, you want to keep a long life, nobody is going to stop you. This is what I expect from parents. That's what we were discussing backstage.
Yeah.
One problem we are having is that the children are living home to a complete different environment.
Indeed.
But it's like psychologically, we have not been able to prepare them as parents well before they go there. And then when they go there, they get a culture shock because they are used to doing things in a certain way in their homes. And then they come to school and the school says, you can't do that. And the child will find it difficult to understand why the school is saying, I can't do what I am doing at home freely. So I think parents need to understand that schools have put in place certain regimes. And before your child goes to school, try and educate the child and say, you do all these things at home for free, but you are going to a regimented environment, which is a school. You may not have the opportunity to do A, B, C, D. Don't take it as punishment. Just accept that that's an environment for the next 3 years. After that, when you get this investing, the thing is different. But these are young people. This is their first experience. They don't even know what to expect. Most of the children, when you take them to school campus, they are even asking what is going to happen. Even when their parents are moving their car, some of them want to cry. Because they are asking, how am I going to live here without my parents? Because you see, so psychologically, I think we need to do something about how we prepare children when they are going to secondary school, when they will no longer see their parents and siblings on daily basis. They are going to mingle with different group of people and live there for the next 3 years. I think we need to do something before we send them back. Truth of the matter in Ghana, most parents will not have any talk with their children. You got admission, we bought you the things, get ready, tomorrow we are going to school. They carry the child, they take the school, they register, they leave the child, and they go home. So how do you expect that child not to have psychological issues? You understand? So we need to do more. It's not about any legal enforcement. It's rather will be a voluntary thing on the part of parents to understand that if your children are leaving you for the first time and are going to live somewhere independently without you, you have a duty to understand that this child may go and may not understand certain things. What kind of information can I give this child before the child goes out there? Even if you need to get a teacher to come in and talk to the child that when you go to secondary school, these are some of the things you are going to see which you don't see at home. And if they happen to you, don't take it serious. I was saying something. Children go to school thinking that the food they are going to eat will taste like home cho. That food is a huge food prepared, not your small food that is prepared for 3 or 4 people in the house. So the taste and the
quality won't be the same.
And tastes are different. When you are used to eating your parents' food, they have their own recipes of food. That's why food differs from one home to the other. So that child is used to that taste of the parent. And they go to the school, the food they have cooked is opposite the taste of the parent. It's going that the food is not good at all because you don't counsel that child to understand that people have different recipes for cooking. My recipe is what you are used to because you've eaten it all your life and the taste bud is my food. Now when you go out there, you may go and eat something and the taste bud is completely opposite. It doesn't mean that the food is bad. It's only the taste bud and the recipes that are different. All these things you need to tell the children. So I appeal to all parents, let's learn from this experience that when our children are leaving us to a certain environment for the first time, if we can give them certain information, it will help.
Very well. Very well. Let's move to Parliament now, where the minority is raising alarm over what it calls an attempt by the government to criminalize free expression through a proposed new law. According to the minority, a draft bill currently being circulated seeks to make it an offense to post or share messages in online chat groups that may be deemed offensive or insightful. The minority contends that the move follows President John Dramani Mahama's recent directive to trace IP addresses of individuals spreading hate speech or inciting violence with the aim of holding them accountable. Now, addressing journalists, the Member of Parliament for Foasia Yorubi and former Minister of Information, Kojo Nkrumah, described the draft as a serious threat to free speech. And I read this from channel1newsonline.com, so you can get the details there as well. Doc, if indeed there's such a draft and it sees the light of day, will it necessarily be, if you like, criminalizing free expression or sanitizing the system?
It's a police state we are trying to build.
Indeed.
With such a draft. It's a police state. You know, the president's Twitter account or social media account was hacked. You remember? IP addresses are very important.
Yeah, indeed.
And to have a draft like this, it's clearly a police state. It's dangerous. I can't even imagine how we are thinking like that. It's dangerous. Let me give you an example. We all are on a mobile network.
Yeah.
We have one particular mobile network that is a single market player in this country. About 3.5 years ago, I published my opinion around that particular mobile network becoming a gorilla in a state where it's dangerous for us as a people to have 2/3 of Ghana's population, if not more, being on that particular network. And we've had incidents where when they are under cable, develops problems, nobody's network is working.
Yeah.
Now, to have IP addresses, of course, that's something that is obviously available if you want it. But to legalize it, to send it to Parliament, to pass a bill, and to allow the president to assent into it, means we are back in the police state. So I cannot have my freedom because there's an eagle eye that is observing what I'm doing. That's a police state. It's too dangerous to even think about it, to allow it to even go on paper. We have our freedom. We should be able to express that freedom in a free manner as we want it. But I cannot think and imagine that if I have a computer with a different IP address, I have a phone with a different IP address, I have a desktop with a different IP address, all of those IP addresses are followed. We should not be doing the work of national security. National security has those available.
Right.
Cyber security have those available. The bureau, the signals bureau, okay, also have those available. That if we feel that anybody is a threat based on how they are churning out information, we can call that person for questioning. But we cannot have everybody's IP address picked up and followed and scrutinized in a democratic state. Now that's too dangerous to think about it. And we are at a stage where 3 months now, the president has not given us a minister for defense. That should be his priority. Parliament has resumed. It should be the priority of John Dramani Mahama to give us a substantive minister for defense. This is Ghana. Ghana does not have a minister for defense. That's clearly what it is. That should be a priority. Not looking for IP addresses. Is the president scared? Is he troubled? Is he worried about what's happening on social media? We have 48,000 people that are displaced in Burkina Faso, in a military state. I mean, I think that we should have some level of freedom.
Very well, very well. Again, I mean, there are various remedies for speech. We even currently have the publication of false news and what have you. Do we need another law or bill to address some of these issues, if indeed there are issues?
Thank you. Before I come to that, let me remind my brother that it is not having ministers that transforms nations. You just came out of government with 125 ministers. What did we see as a result apart from corruption? Let us stop this approach constantly. There's no defense minister. Is Ghana at war? It only tells you that there's a leader who is in charge, who is very well respected, and nobody even feels scared under the current dispensation.
But you don't think we need a substantive minister?
We do, but it is not a priority of priorities at this point as we speak. After all, there's a deputy defense minister who, in the absence of the substantive minister, can act and even there's a caretaker minister.
I see.
Who has a lot on his plate
Who
as
has
well.
a lot on his plate. But that is to tell you that there isn't that much which he needs to handle that he is overwhelmed with, where the deputy cannot even function. So when we try to make noise out of this, I wonder. Under President Akufo-Addo, we had 125. If he had his way, he would have even made it 250 maybe. But what did we see apart from all these people?
Do you have the convicted
criminals
criminals that are coming from America? Do you have
which convicted criminals?
Yes, there are criminals that are coming from
which
America.
Convicted criminals?
You said that we don't need a minister for defense.
No, which convicted criminal?
There are criminals that are coming in.
Which convicted criminal?
You said we don't need a minister for defense.
No, you are not telling which convicted criminal. It's okay to throw aspersions. Which convicted criminal?
Let's be fair.
No, which convicted criminal? I'm just putting
information. You see, that's what I'm telling you. You see, let's be fair in this country. Look. When we are making these comments, we are making the comments because we want to help your government. Okay? That is it. Yes, in no trace, anonymous in the church.
Very well.
You see,
that's all we are saying.
You see,
okay.
Let me also put on record. The MPP will be the last person to give any correction or direction to the NDC. It is just a known fact and not arrogance. I'm telling you the truth. If there's anything there is to learn, not from the MPP. You came out of government 8 years ago and left a lot of mess behind. That is face fact. Why are you not following President Akufo-Addo's favorite candidate at this point anymore? Because you all know the mess he caused you and you were all scared to speak. Today you are talking of a police state. In the past 8 years, within your own government, there was even more than a police state. You dare not speak against Anado or speak against Bawumia.
You tell us your bill.
You get it. And that is what you were talking about
police state.
Criminals. Which criminals is being brought to the country?
We are here. We are watching.
Look, my brother.
He is even guarding me. Even me without an IP address. But
it was not your turn. You are the one who interfered. You interfered in it.
See, I find it very worrying. And many who are out there who watch me know I am very harsh. You can take it away from me. And I'm very straight to the point. If you've done something is stupid, I'll tell you stupid. If what you are doing is foolish, it is foolish. We have a certain culture where even when you say foolish, it means that you are disrespectful, you were not brought up well. These are part of the rudiments that has made us put us where we are today. Many people in the name of democracy publish falsehoods, malign people, say all manner of things, and under the cover of that free speech, then they get away with it. Let me ask my brother sitting here. Are you happy with the things the likes of Chairman Wontumi was saying when he said, but I don't want to say, the things he said about President Mahama and his daughter, President Mahama and the running mate at the time? Such glorified stupidity if it will be entertained, not under a regime as this. We cannot be saying that in the name of democracy, everybody opens his mouth wide 360 degrees and say anything and everything and go scot-free. I do not know the full content of what that would be, but I'm not sure that it is a measure to be so strict and put draconian laws on people. But it is just to make sure that you are careful what you write. You are careful what you post. I recall I posted something on Prudential Bank some time back. That was 2017, if I'm not mistaken, about not publishing their audited account and all of that. I had a call from the police at the time that I was needed and I should come. I did not. Later, they called that they were threatening me with a warrant or an arrest, and I told them I prefer the arrest because I knew what I posted. When I went to visit them, they were now asking me to verify if the account was mine, etc. And all that. I told them, look, that is not the substance of the matter. I'm telling you that Prudential Bank at the time had not published audited account or something. I've forgotten that. They were doing all of these machinations. When eventually I proved to them that what Prudential Bank was doing was wrong, they now were trying to find a way to calm down. You see, this is a bank. When you do this, it will do that. They were doing the wrong thing, and you think that my action was going to cause panic. If I know I am right in what I'm doing, I will defend it to the latter. And that is just what it is. The point is that you cannot say under the disguise of democracy and so-called free speech, it means I must infringe on his rights also. I must infringe. You should always know that free speech ends at where somebody's rights also begins. So you cannot. I am surprised that you are not able to even state for once a year, oh, I frown on the excesses of this so-called free speech where we have had instances of people speaking recklessly, loosely, anyhow, attacking people. Were you happy when some people, whether they are even in NDC or whatever, were you happy when some people were directly attacking Anado? Are you telling me that we should continue with such? We must be a disciplined society. And it worries me how we always shift debates to major in minors when we actually leave the substantive matters hanging.
Perhaps if we're able to implement existing laws.
Yes, I agree.
Because implementation is always the challenge.
Was it just yesterday I was reading somewhere, and it is very true. The only problem with Ghana is implementation or enforcement.
Indeed.
We have the best or the finest laws, but it's enforcement. It's what we need to look at carefully.
Right.
And that is what should be the crux of the matter. But not that this is going to create a police state and all that. Everybody watching us now knows that we had somebody as a president for the past 8 years who was more than a tyrant. And people had to be worshipping him, he had to be glorified. But can you compare that to the current regime? Would you think that President Mahama, under his watch, will want to put in a measure that will serve as a blockade to people? Before he made mention of that, before this is coming out, he even made it clear that we will come after you for those of you who are misbehaving. He stated clearly what those who are the wrong things those people are doing. If you know you are not doing any such things, why should you be worried and want to classify it? I'm not going personal against my brother anyways, but this is just about the general concern where people think they want to make political cream out of everything and make it look like, we told you, this is this, that is that. Why?
Very well, very well. Elvis, I know your position on free speech. So what do you make of what the minority is saying?
I thank God that they have woken up from their slumber. I thank God.
They are finally awake.
They are finally awake. Because I'm just said this thing long ago. And then the president came to re-echo it. And the minority was still quiet. I sat there and told you that we don't need any other law. What we have now is even more than enough. And those bad ones we have to repeal because we are not talking about it. And then somebody talks about trying to bring new laws to come and address online. Nana, I've not seen the law. I've not seen the draft. I actually didn't hear the minority, but I've seen someone did a little expose on Facebook on some of the issues. Do you know that we are converting the cybersecurity into a police institution? We are giving the cybersecurity authority the powers of the police
to arrest.
That is what the amendment law is saying. We are actually not passing new law. We are amending the national cybersecurity law and putting all kinds of gagging mechanisms to make sure that Ghanaians can't speak.
I told you.
To silence everybody. To the extent that we are converting the institution now into a police institution where they have the powers of the police. We did have the OSP and there it is. That's what we have the OSP and that's where we are. 8 years or 7 years of OSP. What have we done? And now with the police there, the police have a cyber security unit that addresses the issue of cyber security. So why are you now giving cyber security authority also the powers of the police?
No, sorry. That unit was dismantled by Dampare long ago. In case you are not.
Do you understand it? The police have a cyber security unit. They have. You see, so we cannot sit in this country and powerful people think that they should not be exposed. And now social media has become the main means of exposing powerful people. So they are finding ways to gag people from exposing them. So they are now hiding behind cyber security and now trying to do all kinds of things with cyber security. What the guy has said, cyber security, if that law is passed, cyber security authority can wake up one day and just say, I'm shutting down your IT company because I think something has happened and we think that it infringes the law. What I was just listening, as if I knew, I was listening to one, I would need to go and find this bill and look at it. Almost everything the guy has said is so dangerous for a country. It will drive away investment in the tech sector. Because you are giving so much power to the cybersecurity authority that it has become a police on its own and has the power to shut down your company at any time. According to what the person was, he put the pages and was analyzing the kind of thing. My brother, we don't need, I've said it, everybody in Ghana must resist any attempt to control what people post on social media or in the media. If you are offended, go to court. If the national security felt that yours has something to do with that, national security already has powers.
Yeah.
They already have powers to invite you. They feel that something that you have done has potential to affect national security. Yes. They already have those powers. So why are we now trying to arrogate a whole lot of new powers to an organization like cyber security authority for them to now to crack down on people's free speech?
So whatever is in there, they are already existing institutions.
They are already, but now they are actually combining them and giving powers that even those institutions don't have
to the cybersecurity
authority. They are actually giving powers that the police don't have, the national security don't have. They are now combining all those powers to give to the national cyber security authority. And that the head of the cyber security authority is like an inspector general. And his investigators are the position of high-ranking police officers. That's how we have done to the OSP. And that they can just come and arrest you if they think that, and then they'll prosecute you. When the guy was reading it, I'm like, is this happening in Ghana? And he said, those are the amendments to the new bill they want to take to Parliament to go and pass. I want to tell the NDC, they have the absolute majority in Parliament. They must understand that if they think that they are absolute majority, this is the purpose they want to use it for. And they go and pass any law, we'll all hit the streets. And that is how we'll kick them out of government if they try to gag all of us. Allow people to speak. If national security for that Elvis has said something on the show today and should be invited, let them invite me. They already have those powers. We don't need any additional power to be given to any cyber security authority for them now to be harassing people on their distance. If you post something online, we already have the causing fear and panic. It's a law in our books. We're already publishing fake information. It's already there. So it's already the social media is a media. So if you are an individual or an institution, you publish something, it's also part of publishing fake information. And a law already exists to deal with it. So what is this idea of let's not go and come some convoluted powers and give to a cyber security authority now to crack down on what people are posting on social media?
Right.
Our freedoms are at stake. And any nation where people's freedom are curtailed, a lot of things can happen. And we should not sit down. And you see, this is so dangerous because Ghanaians must understand that now the government have your information through the National Identification Authority system. And by the law, they are even saying that, according to what I read, even for you to own a social media account, you must link it to your Ghana card number. So it means that if you don't do it, they will shut your social media account down. Now you have to go and use your own picture so that this is Elvis, and you must link your account to your Ghana card number. So that if they are tracing you, they know who they are tracing and where they can find you. I don't think that this is needed in this system.
I'm sure
we don't need it.
We'll bring this subject back up.
We need to have a time for it. So I'm going to find the bill and look at it. And the next week we need to have a conversation on this issue. We cannot sit down for somebody to think that he can just gag everybody in the country by law. We already have given Ghana government president too much powers in our constitution.
Cybersecurity Amendment Draft Bill 2025. That's the name of that bill. We'll find time to continue this conversation. Unfortunately, we'll find out of time. We need to leave it here.
I need to say this.
In a few seconds.
President Mahama traveled and got back from China. And I've chanced on a video that the vehicle that he sat in was driven by his brother, Ibrahim.
Where, in China or in Ghana?
Was driven by his brother. National security must look into this.
His brother can't drive him around?
When the president has arrived?
From official trip.
From an official trip.
So this drive was from where? The airport?
From the airport.
Let me remind you.
Let's be careful.
This will take us into
let's be careful. No, you see, let's be careful.
Let me just remind you.
I want
2017.
you see, I'm not doing comparison. You see, I want us to be careful as a country. The president is the president of Ghana for all of us. Okay? His interest is for all of us. Okay, the president is not a personal property of a brother, and I'm not picking on anyone, but this is scary.
Our time is up. Unfortunately, our time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for being part of the show. The show continues after this. Stay with us.
The National Petroleum Authority hereby cautions persons engaged in illicit storage and trading of petroleum products to comply with the regulatory requirements to operate in the downstream petroleum industry. The NPA Act clearly stipulates that no individual shall engage in any commercial activity related to the importation, exportation, re-exportation, shipment, transportation, processing, refining, storage, distribution, marketing, or sale of petroleum products in the downstream industry without first obtaining a license from the NPA board. Failure to secure the necessary license and properly regularize operations will result in confiscation of petroleum products, prosecution under the law, and decommissioning of facility. For more information, contact the National Petroleum Authority on 0302 550 380 You can also visit our head office located at Jolu, off the N1 highway, or any of our regional offices.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension, just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Trotro from Kaswa dear. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late, of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. You go feel the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From Natepia, cause she be luckiest. Me and you go feel be luckiest. No matter what you're lucky. Everybody go feel be that luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God the apple boom. If you put it toy, so would the coming of the son of man be. Is that his car?
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
From the latest in mobile technology and must-have appliances, Franco has everything you need. Are you looking for a smartphone like iPhone, Samsung, HMD? From cases to protectors, our wide range of accessories are styled to your tech. Upgrade yourself with quality and affordable home appliances that makes life easier and comfortable, like speakers, refrigerators, TVs from 32 inches to 100 inches, air conditioners from 1.5 horsepower to 2.5 horsepower, washing machine, and many more. Get yourself the latest laptop which gives you the high-definition video and long-lasting batteries. Get yourself our CCTV camera which will give you a high reliability that you need for your home. Find everything you need under one roof with Franco. Franco, the home of quality mobile phones, accessories, and your home appliances.
We made it 1, 2, 3, and now 4. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for a night of rhythm, culture, and pure Ghanaian energy. Inchinchim Band is back! And this time, it's bigger, louder, and more electrifying than ever. It's the Inchinchim Experience, the Avivi edition. Happening live on the 14th of November 2025 at the National Theatre. Showtime 8 o'clock p.m. sharp. Featuring Lucky Mesa, Famiye, Na Ajaman, AEC, Lexi the Comic, Kwame Bringer, and TM Music. It's going to be a night of unforgettable music, laughter, and culture, all on one stage. Tickets going for 150 Ghana cedis. You can dial star 920 star 126 star 2 hash to grab your tickets now. For more enquiries or information, call 0503 127 463 or 0541 690 409. This year's concert is mainly powered by AVV Foods, Ghana's fastest growing food brand, championing local produce and authentic homegrown flavors. Proudly sponsored by Center Point Mall, Verna Water, Boat, Zomo. Media partners. Don't be left out of this year's amazing experience. Come and let's have fun together. Inchinchim Experience, Ghana's rhythm, our legacy. Inchinchim Experience. Feel the music.
This November, something amazing is coming to Accra. Are you a farmer with fresh produce? Are you into fish farming, poultry, or livestock? Then get ready for the November edition of the AgriFair 2025. Yes, AgriFair 2025. It's happening on Friday the 28th to Sunday the 30th of November. It's happening at the A4 Southern Children's Park and it's 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. It's the ultimate weekend marketplace. From fruits and vegetables to poultry, livestock and fish to agri-inputs and processing machinery. All at unbeatable farm gate prices. Whether you're selling or buying, this is your chance to connect, trade and grow. Enjoy the freshest farm produce, sizzling kebabs, and a vibrant marketplace atmosphere all in one space. Register now and secure your spot. Call 0558-973-973 for more information. AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation. The AgriFair 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM.
The greatest impairment for every person with autism has to do with communication difficulty, behavior issues, and challenges in interacting with people.
EdTech is critical using your KCC model, KIT Content Confidence.
For me, as a visually impaired person, if you produce your document in print and I want to read it, either have to scan it, and that is technology, so that it can come into a speech format.
How can we get inclusive education for all?
When it comes to learners with disability, there's so much barrier. There should be 3 things I want to emphasize.
If these things are not provided to support a child with autism or a person with autism, it makes life very frustrating.
It will enhance their social interaction through virtual meetings.
Watch EdTech Mondays on Mondays at 7 p.m. Brought to you by the MasterCard Foundation in partnership with Mest Africa, only on Channel 1 TV.
Habibi, my people, welcome to Dubai. My name is Sheikh Alkal bin Maktoum. Okay, so I am Caleb, right? Caleb Kuda is my name, and this is Beyond Borders on Channel 1 Television. We are in Dubai. So join me. Let us explore the allure, the beauty, and the reality of life and living it in Dubai through the eyes and the experiences of our compatriots.
Imagine 6 people, 10 people sharing a common room together.
If you're not chinampe, na complain there in the sense, why you are share one rooms now? It doesn't smell pleasant. Or hunting no complaints now, baby. Until if you're
Dubai is one of the most organized, highly resourced, and well-endowed countries you would find.
You've been here for 7 months.
Yes.
Without a job.
Yeah.
How is it like?
So hard.
Tell me about it.
Struggling, renting and feeding is so hard.
Every frame per second of their lives in Dubai tells a story, and we've got it all captured right here on Beyond Borders, only on Channel 1 Television. So don't get told, don't miss out. Catch these compelling stories of Ghanaians in Dubai only on Beyond Borders on Channel 1 TV this and every Wednesday at 7 p.m. I catch you.
Beyond Borders is sponsored by Copen Hospitality.
In a nation full of questions, where truth often hides behind noise, one show dares to ask what truly matters face to face. With fearless clarity and a quest for accountability, host Marisanda Amadou sits down with the movers and shakers of politics, governance, society, and business, confronting the issues that define our national conversation.
Party itself has said that whenever you are in opposition, you should choose flag bearers early.
So what you are trying to tell me is that you want somebody who is going out to come and select a leader for you. So the next person will come and say, but I didn't select him.
Direct victim of attack, violent attack.
where and when?
The first one happened in Parliament. I was pregnant.
Now, for me, it was legitimized by a radio or TV station giving her a position to work.
So for you, take issue with GH1 and what and giving her the platform.
That is where the minority is. We are on them. We've asked questions.
President Mahama will be a mean president if he prioritized only his children and DCP. He needs to demonstrate a Ghanaian government.
Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou on Face to Face as he digs deeper, challenges power, and reveals the stories shaping Ghana's future. Only on Channel One TV.
The alumni of Sweetwood Secondary School, SWESCO, invites you to the annual All-Year Group Awards and Dinner Dance. Relive the memories, reconnect with friends. The Old Swesconians Annual Year Group Awards and Dinner Dance is here. Join us on November 1st at 5 p.m. at the beautiful Channel 1 TV Gardens in Tesano. For just 500 Ghana cedis per head, enjoy an evening of dinner, music, and nostalgia. Don't miss the reunion of the year. The Old Swesconians Annual All-Year Group Awards and Dinner Dance is on the 1st of November 2025 at 5 p.m. at the Channel 1 TV Gardens. Contact your year group or chapter president and get your tickets. Sempercum Optimus, always with the best.
Hello everyone, you are welcome to Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV, and we're excited to be here with you. Of course, you know Nana Tufo started the show, and now Philip and I are going to be taking
Jude.
Oh. Oh, you mean you're taking the place of Jude, or Jude was taking your place? One of them.
Yeah.
Philip is back though, so we are going to be taking you from now on till 11 a.m. And my name is Chris Carter.
And I'm Philip Nilate. Of course, I'm glad and I'm happy to be back.
Hey,
I want to say
Philip.
Thanks so much for to Jude Mensah. Well, where I went was Mombasa. You know Mombasa?
Yeah, in Kenya.
Mombasa.
Yeah.
It's that country. No, that county in the country, it's an interesting place to be. The traffic situation there is one of what we can find in Ghana.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's an interesting place. But anyway, we are glad to be back, and I'm sure that you also enjoyed yourself on the show with Jude and also Chris Carter. The Northern Business Fair happened over the weekend.
Yeah.
It was an exciting one. I'm sure that if you didn't participate, please, you've missed out big time, because we created that opportunity for you to get to buy something in the northern part of the country, so that at least we wouldn't be doing all that in the Greater Accra region. We take it away from Greater Accra region, bring it straight to the northern region, and that was the northern sector. But that was the maiden edition of this all-important fair. Mind you, there are subsequent ones that we'll be organizing for patrons, for exhibitors, for vendors, and all that come in the coming years. But I want to say a very, 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 very big thank you to everyone that made it a point to be part of this important event. People were excited from the stories we read, from the news reports we watched and all that. Excitement galore. People were excited and all that. But the fact that it's the maiden edition, certainly you would find people not participating in the early days. But in the subsequent days, please make sure that you are there. A lot of things were on display for you to get at that particular event, and I'm sure that if you didn't grab some for yourself, you've missed out. But you haven't missed out entirely, because this is the maiden edition. We bring in more your way.
Right. And we'd like to remind you that the Agri Fair is in the corner. It's actually happening on November. And of course, we had it before. But of course, you asked for it again, and now it's back. Let's just call it Agri Fair 2.0. We're excited about it, and I'm sure you are all excited about it. I mean, this is a gathering where you get to see everything when it comes to poultry, livestock, our veggies, and our everything that we do when it comes to agriculture. culture here in Ghana. So come through. It's on the 28th to the 30th of November 2025. You wouldn't want to miss this. Please, if you want to participate, you just have to call the number to participate. And also remember that entry is free. So the number to call is 0558-973-973. 0558-973-973 to happen at the Efua Sutherland Children's Park from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. You don't want to miss this.
And we'll say that please make sure that you are part of this event and shop for your Christmas, because just in the month of November, after the month of November, it's December, and you'd have to be killing some fowls, you'd have to be killing some goats and all that to celebrate the Christmas, and be also getting family members from afar and all that. So you'd be able to ensure that this and more is what you're going to get at AgriFair. This is actually the second edition of AgriFair. We are warning you, please. It's not like we are warning you. I don't want to use the word we are warning you. We are urging you to come for AgriFair 2025. This is the second edition.
Yeah.
The first one, like I keep saying, some of the companies that came on the very first day, their produce got finished. So this is 28th, 29th, 30th. Please make sure that you would come shop for the Christmas, because that is where you will get direct produce from the farmers to you, the consumer. So a word to the wise is in the north. So please make sure that you come for this event.
You said you are not warning them.
No. I don't think we should. We should just urge them.
No, I am literally warning those who wanted to come the last time and missed it, and then came back later to say, "Oh, I didn't know about it. So I'm warning you.
Okay.
Just know.
Okay.
That's coming back again, and we don't want to hear any complaints again if you miss it this time around. So that's why I personally, Chris, is warning each and every one of you that missed it the last time.
Chris has warned you, so you have to come. But Chris, we have a lot in the trends.
Yes, so let's get straight to the trends, and obviously the trends are things or topics everyone is talking about on social media. Now let's get to the international side. One of the ones people are talking about that started yesterday was China. News about China regulating influencers, and now it means only those with university degrees are actually allowed to discuss professional topics, and some of the topics include health, education, finances, etc. So if you're in China and you do not have a degree for that, you cannot just pick up your phone and your ring light and then
start talking about things.
Because we see that a lot of times on social media. It seems like everybody's an advisor these days, a counselor or something, an expert. Everybody knows how to make money. Everybody knows where to tell you to put your money. Everybody knows everything about your health. They tell you this, they tell you that. Even the ones that the doctors don't even know. Some people really know. So I actually like the fact that China is doing this to regulate, some of the things that go on social media. And if you do not adhere to this, you are actually going to be fined. I forgot how much it was in yen, but in dollars it's about $14,000.
Oh wow!
Yes. So yeah, that's it with China.
Yeah, I think it's an important thing that should be looked at. I'm not saying that what China is doing, maybe they are going to be critics to it, but then again, regulating the space is very important. You wouldn't find someone who, by virtue of the fact that a person has a ring light and has a phone, would want to be talking about health issues.
Yes.
Would want to be preferring solutions to people, that you'd want to take A, you'd want to take B, and you want to do C for you to get healed from this particular illness, or get healed from this particular sickness, or get freed and all that. There are people who just consume what they hear or what they see on social media, and that is it.
Yeah.
So I think that if this is the way China would want to go, it's a step in the right direction. But then again, it shouldn't really go on like gagging press freedom or gagging people from maybe expressing their opinion on issues.
Yeah, this actually has nothing to do. If you ask me, I don't think it has anything to do with press freedom or people's freedom, but it actually has a lot to do with protecting the people instead. Do you understand? Especially with the issue of health. We see so many people on social media being experts when it comes to health issues. Doctors will tell you, oh, this will not work. Somebody will come and tell you, oh, this will work. Doctors will tell you, this is what you have to do to, you know, maintain or you know, manage whatever you have. And then someone will come and tell you, this is not a condition that you manage. It can disappear throughout by using my own thing or by using my own method. So I think let's leave the experts to do their thing. Because when it comes to influencers, right now there are a lot of experts in that influencer space. You understand?
So that is it for China.
Yeah.
But I like your hair though.
Thank you.
But you know that you can't take it to the secondary school if you were at the age of say 16, 17, 18 years. Because the education minister says that we are going in there not to sort of do like say lifestyle, we are going to have fun or fashion.
Yes,
you
unfortunately.
Are in there.
Unfortunately, I can hear you, but I cannot relate.
You can't relate?
Yeah, because I've never.
Why can't you relate?
I've never cut my hair.
Let's bring you
for
that
school.
video of what the education minister said after we have conversation and tell you what the public is saying about that. Okay, so what happened actually was Maoli School had this 75th anniversary, and also the one education minister went there, Harun Iddrisu, made mention of the fact that this is what he has seen on social media and that people are talking about it. And what he indicated is that any parent who thinks that their child can walk into any SHS as if they were in a beauty contest should think again. So it looks like it's there's the education ministry, the education minister is word against what people are also saying on social media. I know Edu Watch has also said that if you are against it, you should take legal action and all that. We had another issue before at Achimota School, Tyrone Magai.
It was still Achimota School,
went through the entire process and now is a very big guy. But anyway, let's see how the conversation around hair, long hair, stylish hair and all that will go. But let's bring you the video of what the minister said after we tell what social media or the narcissists are saying about that.
Not tolerated tomorrow, and so long as we are molding character. If we give it to her today, tomorrow it will be shoes, and the next day it will be the way they dress. Therefore, as part of our disciplinary measures, headmasters and GS, you are accordingly empowered to take full control of how students behave on your campuses. So anybody who thinks that your child will walk into any institution of learning as if that child, forgive my words, was to attend a beauty contest, the school environment is not for that purpose and not cut for that purpose, and will not tolerate that as an institution. There is a lot of growing in discipline in our schools, some even with teachers abusing learners. We would not accept that. We would apply heavy sanctions to any teacher who wants to take advantage of.
That's so sweet.
Yes. So that's what the education minister has said. My personal opinion, I think, this is my opinion. I think I side with him. Reason is, when you are going to school, the focus should be on your books. And at the stage where you are in the second cycle institution, there should be a little bit of control. You understand? When you move away from the second cycle institution and you get to the tertiary institution, that one freedom. Nobody is going to worry you or whatever you should do. But you wouldn't have someone having his or her hair style on is going to influence others who would also want to go in to do their hair. Let's get everything uniform. So hair down, we have the uniform well sewn or whatever it is. We have whatever prescription or whatever thing that has to be done for the students to look very disciplined and go through the institution successfully without any disruptions. I think it's very important because, see, you are going to lectures or are going to class in the morning. We have messages, we bring you the messages soon. You are going to class in the morning and you would have to be in class around 6 or 7. And you woke up around, say, 5:30 or 6. And you know, in this boarding house, you would have people struggling to even take their bath in the boarding because you are many. And you would have to now come and sit down have time to do your hair and all that if you're a boarder. But if you're a day student, that is also fine. But I think that at the bottom line is there should be a fine line, or I think sort of a level ground for everyone, that all students are supposed to appear this way, and this is how we are supposed to go about it. And people also have their opinion about what the minister has said.
All right, so talking about opinions,
yes,
my opinion, I don't remember thinking about my hair in secondary school.
Well,
I don't remember looking at anybody's hair to say, I want my hair to be like your hair in secondary school.
Well, maybe that's you.
And wait, another thing, if you're talking about uniformity, what is wrong with cornrows?
Are they really going to get time to be doing that every now and then?
You don't do it every day. You take a weekend to do it. You create jobs for the people around that school to come and be braiding hair. Talk about braiding hair. In America, one of the biggest hair places right now belongs to a Cameroonian, a black woman. She has hired over 400 people to be braiding. It's a 24-hour salon. Do you understand? If you said, okay, kids should be braiding their hair on weekends, you have created jobs for people in that area now. People to be braiding hair on the weekends.
The weekends are meant for washing. Yeah, when the secondary school I went to, the weekends you are supposed to wash. You go and be braiding your hair when you are supposed to be washing and have the limited time in school anyway. You know, you have the tracks. You have green, blue, yellow, indigo and all that. People come and go, and we have limited time in the school. We don't have time to waste in the school. Well, that is my opinion. Chris's opinion is different. Let's bring you what people are saying on social media.
But if you said, if we're saying that the hair actually molds character, I mean, there are people with short hair that we are still talking about the issues that they lost. They've caused
very true. Very true. But you see, you wouldn't have
people with short hair have taken the country's money.
But you see, but you
wouldn't. Short hair, the hair didn't mold that character.
But you see, you wouldn't have somebody going to school like a male child going to school, and he would have some sort of quote, please, just mind for a lack of better word, bad boy haircut. You understand? So I think that
what's bad boy haircut?
That's what I'm saying. That for the want of a better word.
You know, Sakura can be bad boy haircut.
Can we bring you the
You look like a criminal, hardened criminal like this.
What the general public is saying about what Haruna Idris is saying. So this one starts to say, how is a girl's hair
a beauty contest? Exactly.
Well, Mr. Minister, Mr. Minister, I support you 100%. Me, I support you 1,000%. Yes.
Did you know because something was done to you doesn't mean it should be done to your children?
The next message, you expect a bold man to allow braids, you must be choking. Why are you saying that? Well, we don't like this message.
Well, it's true.
Their kids attend international schools where they are allowed to use their long hair. So this detective or directive, I think, won't affect their kids. Well,
mais c'est vrai, it's true.
And the message, this one is the application of this rule seems biased as it only appears to be enforced against black kids.
Thank you.
While kids of other races will
have long
hair are permitted to attend high school. Well, I think that we should have a conversation. I'm not saying that we should expand this conversation, because see, we've seen the issue with Tyrone Magai. Fought. The
hair didn't affect his grades.
And when he went to Achimota School, trust me, the guy was brilliant. He did so well. National Science and Maths quiz, Charlie, the guy topped everything. He got all the A's and all that. The hairstyle will not have an impact on your grades. Neither would it have an impact on your academics. But maybe looking at it from a broader picture, as looking at something that can help, or something that can help the entire student body. Because I think what I think is you wouldn't want to be in school and be paying attention to your hair. Like you're a girl child, you have to go and do perming, or you have to visit the salon and all that. Tyrone Magai's issue was different. He was a day student, and I know him very well. He lived in my area, so I know the dad was selling the hair food and all that. He was a day student and all that. But with this girl, I don't know whether she's a border or not. And even if you're a border, it also has its own questions that needs to be answered. Maybe, like it's being said, we should come out with a research. We should come out with
data,
a survey whether people are in for it or
No.
And
Not about the survey of whether people are in for it or not, but we also need data of how hair has affected someone to fail. We want to know how many people failed because they had hair. We want to know how many people did not fail because they want to know all those people that with short hair, how well they did. I really want to know. So maybe this can actually help us move forward. Do you understand?
So the researchers, please, you can do this for us. Let's know if people have really failed as a result of getting long hair or stylish hair in schools, and also what their lifestyle has been. But I think that what the education minister is saying has to do with discipline. Like, you wouldn't have somebody focusing more on his or her hair and not really studying in school and all that. That is my opinion, though, Chris.
So if you go to school and you have hair, wait, tell me, how does your hair, that's, if it grows, how does it affect you working?
Those times in school, the boys use comb and bleach, then they'll rub all your hair and give you some nice haircut and all that. But that, I think we just made mention of the National Science and Maths quiz. Adisadel Prempeh Fransipem to meet in the National Science and Maths quiz quarterfinals, and people were asking that shouldn't this be the finals, because this looks like the clash of the titans. 3 of Ghana's foremost high schools are meeting in the quarterfinals of the National Science and Maths quiz, and people feel that this should actually be the finals for the NSMQ. But if you have some messages on that, we can share with you quickly before we bring you what is happening in the world of sports on that. Them not try Group A, too hot. Boucher, Adisco, Quinance, Presec, Prempeh, GSTS, all day, one group. 6 boys schools for one group. Absolute chaotic scenes. Anyway, that's the beauty of SMQ. And this one says that, hey, Bakusro, one is row. I don't think someone's row. You won't see Presec in a hot contest like this in the quarterfinals there. Yeah, I think so. They always want to climb to the apex and win the trophy. Bro, it's different ball game altogether, man. Okay, let's see how that is going to roll. A clash. We shall be there. Yeah, the quarterfinals. It's going to be interesting. At Disco. So this is too much adding, yeah. So like at Disco, Prempeh, and Fransipem, and they are meeting. It will shock you all that Adisco will chop last in this contest. You do have something personal against Adisco? You know, go shock me. Okay, so this one said that 2 will be cooked regardless. Okay, so that is it for the trend. But Chris, before we go, I think we had a football match over the weekend. Real Madrid beating Barca 2-1, and this was Real Madrid beat Barca yesterday. Mbappe, in the El Clasico, Mbappe missed the penalty, and Madrid are at the top of the La Liga league table. But we'll be talking details of this when we have the sports guys come in studio, if they showed. So these are some of the quick reactions on this. Mbappe even had the luxury to miss a penalty. Real Madrid to the world. El Clasico hashtag. We will meet at Camp Nou? Okay, I'm not saying the word right. Okay, Mbappe man of the match, and people still doubt him. But Mbappe didn't. He missed the penalty. So this time last season, Barca 27 points and Madrid 24 points. Barca fumbled the chance to go back to the top. Anyway, that's an interesting one in the world of sports for trends. We would have the sports guys maybe coming in later on the show to give us details of what happened over the weekend. But you know what? We can't move on without bringing you the video of the day.
Hello, baby. How are you?
The country is not okay, Honorable.
Are you free? Can we talk?
We will never be free until this government leaves power.
Where is your wife?
As we speak, the masses are with us on this matter.
Can we meet up later?
Oh, sure, why not? We have already fixed a meeting at the campaign office for 5:30 p.m. to dissect this matter properly.
Okay, babe. See you then.
No problem, Honorable. Make sure you mobilize other parliament members to come along.
Continue.
I love you.
Power to the people.
Hello, baby. How are you?
The country is not okay, Honorable.
Are you free? Can we talk?
We will never be free until this government leaves power.
Where is your wife?
As we speak, the masses are with us on this matter.
Can we meet up later?
Oh, sure, why not? We have already fixed a meeting at the campaign office for 5:30 p.m. to dissect this matter properly.
Okay, babe. See you then.
No problem, Honorable. Make sure you mobilize other parliament members to come along.
Continue.
I love you.
Power to the people.
Power to the people.
Yeah, that's the political talk. Power to the people. Yeah. So that's it for for trends. But Chris, I'm not excited. Maybe later on the show we would have to talk about something that has to do with road accidents. Yes, because over the weekend a number of people lost their lives. A number of lives were lost on our roads. But we'll talk about it later on the show. But for now, I think we have
some cybersecurity.
Cybersecurity.
Yeah, remember that it's still Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and obviously we have been putting out tips with videos, teaching us how to be on the cyberspace. But now we have another one, and it's still on, a safer you during this whole cybersecurity month. Let's check it out.
They stumble on something harmful while you're not looking. Could your child be at risk? Welcome to A Safer You, your guide to safer digital living. Brought to you by Digital Unbounded and Channel One TV. Children today are growing up online, learning, playing, and connecting with friends in ways we never imagined. The internet opens amazing doors for development and entertainment, but it also brings risks. Cyberbullying, scams, and inappropriate content. As parents, we can't always be physically present online, but we can guide and protect effectively. Parental controls are an excellent starting point. Think of parental controls as a digital seatbelt. They don't prevent exploration, but enhance safety. Technology alone isn't enough. Active parental involvement is crucial. Sit with your child, ask open-ended questions, and foster a safe environment. Review social media privacy settings together, teaching them what's safe and unsafe to post. Talk to your child about potential online risks, cyberbullying, strangers asking for personal details, or deceptive games. Here's your action plan. Turn on parental controls and establish screen time limits. Review privacy settings together. Talk regularly about what they see, play, and feel online. Keep communication open. Your child's confidence grows when they know you're on their team. Keeping children safe online isn't about blocking everything. It's about guiding them with the right tools, supervision, and trust. Together, we can make the internet a safer place for our kids to learn, play, and grow. Guide them, protect them, keep the conversation open. Stay alert, stay smart, stay secure. A Safer You is brought to you by Digital Unbounded in partnership with Channel One TV.
All right, and there you have it. That's the tip of the day when it comes to cybersecurity, and it's all about what our kids, have access to on the cyberspace. It's important for us to actually check out what they are doing, find ways to monitor whatever they are doing. And if you look around now, there are apps that can actually help you connect your phone to the phone of your ward. And also, I think it's also important that we note that, especially when it comes to children, toddlers, let us mind the way we give them, some of these tablets, because it's now being reported that this behavior of just letting them be on a tablet or on the phone always because you are busy and you want to keep them busy, it's affecting their health in different ways. They are going through a lot of conditions that have been linked to the use of tablets or the use of phones. Yeah, and apart from that, it's important that we always keep our eye on whatever they are doing to protect them from the dark side of the cyberspace. Because a lot of things
I think that sometimes you could also download the things you want them to watch and just disconnect the internet.
Yes, you can. You can actually. You can.
Because you have a tablet, you have maybe learning materials and all that on the tablet downloaded, they have access to it, then there's a disconnection to the internet, so they don't have access to really get more things from the internet. So your parents will be able to control it.
It depends on who you are actually dealing with when it comes to the child, the age. A toddler, you can do that, but you know, the teenagers,
you can't.
You can't.
Yeah, they'll explore more.
They always find ways. They always find ways. So I think it's very important for us to, you know, have those tools, those apps that can control their devices, because that's what I did.
Yeah.
I can actually I had the chance to control my own son's devices and actually put it off at certain times. I'll just press it on my phone and then that's it.
And it's off.
Oh yeah, go and sleep. That's it.
Chris, for you.
All right, so there you have it. And now we'll take a quick break. And when we come back, we will be having some interviews and, of course, heading into our communities after that.
Almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Trotro from Kaswa dear. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late?
Of course.
Star 712 hash, Star 712 hash. Yeah, you go be the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From not the cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God the apple boom. If you put it to you, so would the coming of the Son of Man be. Hey! Is that his car?
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
This November, something amazing is coming to Accra. Are you a farmer with fresh produce? Are you into fish farming, poultry or livestock? Then get ready for the November edition of the AgriFair 2025. Yes, AgriFair 2025. It's happening on Friday the 28th to Sunday the 30th of November. It's happening at the A4 Southern Children's Park and it's 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. It's the ultimate weekend marketplace. From fruits and vegetables to poultry, livestock and fish to agri-inputs and processing machinery. All at unbeatable farm gate prices. Whether you're selling or buying, this is your chance to connect, trade and grow. Enjoy the freshest farm produce, sizzling kebabs, and a vibrant marketplace atmosphere all in one space. Register now and secure your spot. Call 0558-973-973 for more information. AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation. The AgriFair 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM.
We made it 1, 2,
3, and now 4. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for a night of rhythm, culture, and pure Ghanaian energy. Inchinchim Band is back! And this time, it's bigger, louder, and more electrifying than ever. It's the Inchinchim Experience, the Avivi edition. Happening live on the 14th of November 2025 at the National Theatre. Showtime, 8 o'clock p.m. sharp. Featuring Lucky Mesa, Famiye, Na Ajaman, AEC, Lexi the Comic, Kwame Bringer, and TM Music. It's going to be a night of unforgettable music, laughter, and culture, all on one stage. Tickets going for 150 Ghana cedis. You can dial *920*126*2# to grab your tickets now. For more enquiries or information, call 0503-127-463 or 0541-690-409. This year's concert is mainly powered by Avivi Foods, Ghana's fastest growing food brand, championing local produce and authentic homegrown flavors. Proudly sponsored by Center Point Mall, Verna Water, Boat, Zomo. Media partners. Don't be left out of this year's amazing experience. Come and let's have fun together. Inchinchim Experience, Ghana's rhythm, our legacy. Inchinchim Experience. Feel the music.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's still Breakfast Daily right here on Channel One TV. Right now, we're about to have a conversation on Aquaculture Ghana 2025, and it's all about a conference that is coming up. So, in studio with me, we have Jacob Ajiga, who is the CEO of the Chamber of Aquaculture, Rebecca Avomo Diallo, Marketing Manager, Tropo Farms and Volta Catch, Samira Saraji, Commercial Manager at The Hughes Ghana, and Francis Entry, a Farm Advisor, Aquaculture Sector of The Hughes Ghana. You guys are all welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Wow. So all of you are into aquaculture?
Yes.
And it's fun, dealing with fishes?
Yes.
All right, so let's get straight into the conversation. I'd like to start with, Jacob. So Jacob, what actually inspired the Aquaculture Chamber of Ghana to come up with this whole aquaculture conference?
All right. So let me start by indicating that Aquaculture Ghana is the biggest gathering of aquaculture stakeholders in the country. It's an event we started in 2022 locally. But as of now, it attracts a lot of stakeholders from the globe as well. By the way, the big question is what inspired us? What inspired us is actually about trying to solve some of the critical challenges confronting the aquaculture sector. Around from 2019 to 2022, we realized the industry has so many challenges. Outbreak of diseases, low regulation of the aquaculture sector, just to mention a few. And we realized that something has to be done. And as private sector players, we were not that so close to each other, and all stakeholders were not really working together or collaborating enough to create an enabling environment for the aquaculture sector to thrive and grow. So we decided to come up with this initiative called Aquaculture Ghana, a platform that brings all stakeholders of the aquaculture industry together. So we have three main stakeholders. We have the government stakeholders, the private sector stakeholders, and the development partners. But then we noticed that these stakeholders do not really collaborate when they want to roll out intervention to solve some of the problems of the aquaculture sector. They were doing it in isolation, and we said, no, we have to change this. So we created the aquaculture platform, where each year we all come together as stakeholders, share ideas about how we can push our aquaculture industry to the next level. And through the Aquaculture Ghana platform, we have indeed solved some of the problems.
Right.
You know, problems such as low regulation of the aquaculture sector. We've been able to advocate for improvement in that space, and even review of the Fisheries and Aquaculture Acts. Then we realized that most of the acts governing the aquaculture sector was, I wouldn't say outmoded, but doesn't meet current needs.
Right.
But we were able to engage our stakeholders, and we were able to review that, and for now we have even the latest Fisheries Act 2025 governing the aquaculture sector. Aside that, as private sector players, we needed a platform to promote our businesses, to showcase the latest innovations and products that we have for the aquaculture sector. And through the aquaculture exhibition, private sector players along the entire aquaculture value chain are able to showcase their latest innovations and products and services for the aquaculture sector. So I can say that we have done a lot since the inception, and we'll continue to do more using the Aquaculture Ghana platform.
Right. Rebecca, so you are part of this whole chamber right now. How does it feel being under a governing body?
How does it feel being under a governing body? Well, like you just mentioned, things are much more structured. And then before, we used to take our own problems to the government institution, but through the Chamber of Aquaculture, things are much more streamlined for us to get some things solved.
Right.
So it's not perfect yet, but like you mentioned, it's just a recent collaboration. So gradually it's going to go where we all be 100% satisfied.
Right. And Samira, how beneficial has it been to you?
As being part of the chamber, we've been able to connect with our stakeholders. The Hughes Ghana is a feed production company where we produce feed for the aquaculture space, and we try to ensure that the best farm practices are done through good feeding. So being part of this chamber, we get to connect with our stakeholders to be able to enable them use our feeds on the farm properly. Yeah.
Right. All right. So Francis, being a farm advisor, of course, from the aquaculture sector, knowing that there is a body that governs everybody, what benefits do you think that this actually brings to this industry?
Yeah, thank you. I think knowing that there are bodies that are there for the industry, it helps farmers to streamline their operations, their way of work. So there are several bodies in the industry. Some are for the use of the water, some are for how to even use the feed, some are for even how to gather data, the outputs of the farmers. At the end of the year, what quantity of fish you produce, all needs to be streamlined and come together so that the government or the institutions will know the progress of the industry.
Right. All right. So I'm coming back to you, Jacob. This event, it's actually a conference, but it's in 3 components. Tell us about the 3 components of the event.
Yes. So this year's event is carefully designed to meet the expectation of all our stakeholders. So we have it in 3 categories. We have the conference. The conference starts with a plenary where leading stakeholders will be making few remarks about the aquaculture value chain. So this year we have Her Excellency, the Vice President, being our keynote speaker for this year's event. And we are also excited to have our Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture heavily involved this time around. So the overall event will be chaired by our Sector Minister, Honorable Emilia Atta, who is chairing this year's event. And we have quite a number of leading speakers from Ghana and other parts of the world who are participating in the plenary. And outside the plenary, we have a number of parallel sessions. And these sessions are designed in a way to deal with some of our challenges. You know, in the aquaculture sector, having access to finance is very difficult. We have designed this year's para session in a way that we're going to have a session on unlocking more finance for the aquaculture sector. So we have collaborated with a number of financial institutions, investment funds, and experts who will dive into this subject about how we can unlock more finance into the aquaculture space. Then we also have, you know, this time around, we also talked about inclusion. We want to make sure that wherever we do, women and young people are involved. So we have women's session happening, and we're also talking about innovation. For the industry to be transformed to the next level, we need to focus on technology and innovation. So we have upcoming initiative called the Ghana Food Innovation Hub. That, together with our partners at the World Economic Forum and the Ministry and the Fisheries Commission, are going to launch next year. So this year, we are holding a session at the Aquaculture Ghana event where we're going to focus on the kind of strategy that we should roll out for the Ghana Food Innovation Hub, the kind of governance structure that we should have in place. Then we'll come up with a roadmap going forward. So aside that, we're also going to have the exhibition. As I mentioned earlier on, the exhibition is the place that we showcase the latest innovation and products that we have for the aquaculture sector. So we have businesses who are coming to launch their latest products for the aquaculture industry. For example, on fish health, there's a company called Verbac who is coming to launch their latest product that will enable farmers to keep their ponds very clean. And some are coming to showcase the latest technology for taking water parameters, etc., processing, etc. Then we also have the Farm Blue Food Festival. This is the place, this is the exciting one, where we're going to showcase the various products that we can make with our favorite tilapia and catfish. And I'm sure you are ardent eater of one of them.
Yes.
So if you are, please come to the Farm Blue Food Festival.
I tried the tilapia chips.
Yeah.
It was really nice. I don't know which, was it the Volta Catch people that made it? I don't know.
Was it at the Agri Fair? Yes.
Yeah. So I thought you were going to bring some.
Don't worry, you have to come to the event. You have a lot to sample.
Right. Okay. Well, let me talk to you, Rebecca. How does this sort of event benefit anyone that wants to get into aquaculture?
Well, like I said previously, it's an event where we all gather to inform all our stakeholders, our customers, and anybody that is interested in the industry. Because previously, for someone to know where to find, let's say, the Hughes or where to find Tropo Farms and to know what we are actually doing in real time, it was a bit of a challenge because most of us, our farms are far away, and I don't think people would want to just drive 3 hours looking for where they are going. They don't know. So we go there to inform, we go there to show ourselves, and then we go there to also partner with anybody that is interested. Our main goal for such events for our company is to connect with our customers, because we do not just sell to the main customer. We have retailers, we have distributors, anybody that wants to have a cold store and wants to sell the fish. There they come, they get in touch with us, and then we tell them what are our agreement, maybe that the MOU. So it's more of us to connect to our audience and our customers. So that is what we actually benefit from it. Another benefit is that we also educate. So like you mentioned, our CEO Francisco Murillo is going to have a session on how to attract investments on the continent, especially in Ghana, for people who are interested. You know, in other countries, people have grants for them to start the aquaculture business, but in Ghana, it's not so much like in other African countries. So a session like this for a young entrepreneur who wants to start, it will be beneficial for him to know that these are the steps you can take when it comes to financing. And also to also showcase our product through food. You said, you mentioned the tilapia chips.
So
we have the sausages, the burgers. We are trying to do we are trying to do so many things with the fish.
You have the burger patty.
Yes.
Tilapia.
Yes.
We'll talk after this.
Yeah, so for people to rediscover the products, it's not just banco and tilapia. You can cook fish balls, you can cook the burgers, the chips. So all this put together is going to be a very exciting event for whoever is interested or not in the industry.
Well, this sounds very interesting. Now, Samaria, let's talk about the challenges. What are some of the challenges that you face in this industry?
I would start with feed. sometimes there are lots of farms who do not appreciate the quantity of feed that they would have to actually feed to their farm. So then they spend a lot in the areas of feeding. But then coming close to us, you get to understand the best practices where you'll be able to understand the quantity of feed you're supposed to give to a particular number of fishes at a time. That could allow you earn some returns on your investment, because it takes a lot of money to put a farm together to enable you actually be able to farm this either tilapia or catfish. And at the Hughes Ghana, we're actually very proud to say that we offer the best quality feeds for your fish. Nevertheless, if you do not know the best practices, you may either overfeed or underfeed. So when you come to our stand, we'll give you this insight so as then at the end of the day, you get the best return in your farms.
Right. Okay, so Francis, how does the aquaculture conference contribute to the sustainable food system we have here in Ghana?
Okay, with the aquaculture conference, you know, we are bringing together all the stakeholders in the industry. So we are going to share knowledge, we are going to learn, unlearn. So once you are a farmer or you have interest in farming and you come to this program, you are going to learn anything that you want to know in aquaculture. So with that, farmers and enthusiasts, people who want to know, will get to know the knowledge in aquaculture. So once they know the knowledge, then they are going to transfer that knowledge into their farming, all their farming practices. They are going to make sure the continuity of the aquaculture will continue. So coming to the aquaculture, they are going to get the exposure to put into their farming. So this is going to help them to be more sustainable in terms of applying of feed, applying of technologies, applying of the knowledge they have acquired onto their farming, so that they can produce with less fishes and less space in their farms.
All right, so Jacob, any final words to people watching? Tell us when it's happening, where it's happening, and all we need to know about the event.
Well, yes, it's happening it's starting from 29th October starts with a pre-conference. Then the main event starts from 30th to 31st October, and it's happening at the World Trade Center, Accra, from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. And I also want to add that for farmers out there, come to Aquaculture Ghana event, because this is the event that you can find solutions to some of the critical challenges confronting your business. Because we have a farmer session which focuses on the critical challenges that is confronting these businesses and also providing solutions. But before I wind up, I also want to say a very big thank you to our sponsors who are making this year's event a reality. You know, a number of private sector players and other stakeholders are really supporting this event, and we are excited to appreciate them, starting from the Hughes Ghana Limited, Tropo Farm, the Fisheries Commission, Norwegian Veterinary Institute, Wish, Ranan Fish Feed, Malika Farm, Cycle Farms, Verbac, and Gesal and Lawer Foundation. These sponsors are awesome. They really supported this event since its inception, and we are proud to have them as returning sponsors as well.
So everything's happening at the World Trade Center.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you being here and having the discussion with me. In fact, with you, I learned that you don't have to overfeed fishes. I've done that before and the fish died. So when you said it, I was like, oh, okay. Something interesting to learn.
We'll be looking forward to seeing you.
Yes, to learn more, right?
Yes.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we've been speaking on the Aquaculture Ghana Conference that's going to be happening on the 29th.
It starts from 30th.
No, 30th actually.
31st. That's the main event.
Yeah, 30th and 31st of October at the World Trade Center. And we've been speaking to Jacob Ajika, who's the CEO of the Chamber of Aquaculture, Rebecca Avomo Diallo, Marketing Manager, Tropo Farms and Volta Catch, Samira Sa Raji, Commercial Manager of the Hughes Ghana, and Francis Entry, Farm Advisor on Aquaculture Sector at the Hughes Ghana. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, throughout the past weeks, we've been talking about the Northern Business Fair, that it was going to happen last week, Saturday and Sunday. Well, it happened already, and for those of you that snoozed, obviously you lost. But we're kind like that. We would like to give you the experience of what happened. So just sit back, relax, and enjoy.
You've been gone, it's an empty home. Come on back where you really belong. You are always welcome home, welcome home. You've been kept down for much too long. Stand up, please, and say I am free. Don't forget you are welcome home, welcome home. Come with me on this happy trip.
It's all our
la salva saliba. Atungo simba. Saliba, nondo la salva saliba. Atungo simba. Bisumega la salva. Bisumega la salva. Mama Mayele, Pusina winner. Mama Mayele, Tima Pusina winner. Mama Mayele, Pusina winner. Mama Mayele, Tima Pusina winner. Mama Mayele, Pusina winner. Mama Mayele, Bala Nuzavada, Pusina winner. You will want to Navada Nuzavada Kukanga. Pusina winner. You will want to Kavana Putumino Yodivada. Tima Pusina winner. Zorima, it's Rubenga Zorima, Mayelia. Zorima, it's Rubenga Zorima, Mayelia. Zorima, it's Rubenga Zorima, Mayelia. Saliba, Nundo la Salva Saliba. Atungo Simba. Saliba, Nundo la Salva Saliba. Atungo Simba. Saliba, nondo la salva saliba. Atungo simba. Saliba, nondo la salva saliba. Atungo simba. Mambo tuye kipara inakiyana. Usaka mbaba inakiyana. Basaka mbaba inakiyana. Mambo tuye lepala. Yebisa ganganga. Mambo tuye lepala inakiyana. Waisaka mba. Mambo tuye lepala. Yebisa dusabaka yebala konganga. Mambo tuye lepala inakiyana yo.
we just have to give you excerpts of what happened at the Northern Business Fair over the weekend. So if you didn't come, please, you've missed out big time. But we still have another one for you next year, hopefully, which will be happening in the northern parts of the country. This was the maiden edition. We are so much excited about the patronage and also the exhibitors that came through to showcase their product and all that. And you saw them on the screen. I'm sure that we will be promoting more of that on the screens, and we will be highlighting more of what happened there in the coming days. But that is it for the Northern Business Fair. For now, though, let's have conversations in the education space. And in studio, we are about to talk about the Association of Development of Education Africa. There is an upcoming conference or event, and we have Inyan Umoron, who is the project manager for ADEA, and we have Chinedu Anerado, who is also the communication specialist of ADEA. Welcome, gentlemen and lady. How are you doing?
Very well.
Let's start with the ADEA. What is it about? You.
Thank you very much, and big ups to you guys on the Northern Fair. Congratulations. Maybe we can show exactly how education links up to
beautiful
sort of
I think we
businesses
should.
that
Yeah,
happen.
we should. We should.
And then thank you for having us.
Yeah, beautiful.
ADEA stands for the Association for the Development of Education in Africa. We are a policy forum on education in Africa established in 1988 to basically liaise or coordinate with African countries on matters concerning education policy. We were the brainchild of the World Bank, then transferred to UNESCO, and then moved down to Africa for the continent to actually own a body dedicated to canvassing and helping it reflect on and, you know, look at policy or data-driven policy issues on education in Africa. We are hosted as a special project within the African Development Bank Group in Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire. So ADEA is actually a unique value proposition for countries on the continent, 54 of them, represented by their ministries of education and training. So in a nutshell, our responsibility is to consistently provide adequate policy evidence to countries for some of the policy options before them in terms of improving education quality of learning and learning outcomes across all the countries.
Beautiful. Yeah. That's an interesting one, and it looks like the education sector has a lot of issues that really has to be looked at. But let's look at the upcoming conference. Ian, if you would want to help us with the conference that you're about to do, maybe details of the conference and what really the focus will be of on the conference that you're about holding.
So the conference, I mean, it's very Pan-African. So it's this forum that is bringing together high-level policymakers, educators, researchers, you know, across the continent, including development partners as well. And the major theme of it is for us to speak about ways in which to strengthen the resilience of African education systems. And as part of it, right, we're going to be talking about very major things that happen within the education system. For instance, from education financing, a number of you have heard about, you know, the USAID no longer existing as a development partner, and that used to be a huge funder of education. And generally, education financing is a big gap in African education systems. So that's one thing we'll be talking about. We'll talk about foundational learning. We have a theme around EdTech, which obviously you know that this is really quite important, and we're moving into the age, you know, the 21st century with AI in place. So we're providing a forum for that discussion to happen, and this is bearing in mind that a number of African systems have already done some of this. So this is an opportunity for us to reflect on the progress that countries have made, education systems have made across these different sub-themes, and also the challenges that they faced, and use this opportunity to share learning experiences, share best practices, and then also have a point where we all commit to doing things differently, to make things better, to scale interventions that have worked. So this is a forum, it's a major forum that cuts across the continent. So yes, we are looking for, we are awaiting a lot of conversations that will spark reforms in the next couple of years. So first, this triennial is building on what happened 3 years ago. So we hold it every 3 years. And the last one was held in 2022.
So you've held it how many times?
I think we started holding the triennial. So it used to be the biennial. It used to be every 2 years, and now every 3 years. I think we've had 4. This is the fifth one.
Oh, fifth.
Yeah. So we have that. And then the thing is, after every triennial, the stakeholders come to a commitment for ahead of the next one. So in a way, we're using this opportunity to track the progress between the promises and commitments that were made in 2022.
Whether you've been able to fulfill these commitments
Yes.
and also been able to deliver them.
Yes, so what are the challenges you're facing? What are the successes, right? So we're using that to reflect. We're using this opportunity to reflect on what countries have done so far and how we're moving forward as well.
Beautiful, beautiful. 5 times. And you've held it in which countries? Because I know that you, Chinedu, I know that this time around you are doing it in Ghana. It's just so exciting, and the benefits to Ghana would derive from this event that you hold here in our country.
The previous one was hosted by Mauritius. The one before that was hosted by Senegal in Dakar. The one before that was hosted in Ouagadougou by the government of Burkina Faso. And I think before then, I think it was there was a version of it that also has happened in France and Algiers as well. So there's been the triennial has a rich, very rich history. Dating back to the early 2000s when it started initially as the biennial and then the triennial. The government of Ghana, through the Ministry of Education, are the host country, while ADEA is the organizer. Right? I need us to be able to understand those differences. So you've basically provided us a space and asked all the delegates. We are looking close to 1,000 people descending on this country started arriving actually. It's going to look like an education fair, right? Conversations have started, small side workshops, side events, engagement, partners meeting and all that. I know that this morning UNICEF is out doing some school visit for an initiative that is going to be part of the concrete discussions on Wednesday to Friday. Partners like the Arizona State University are in country doing the engagement, the MasterCard Foundation and what have you. Everybody is in country. More people are going to start coming from today and tomorrow. We are quite very grateful to the country for opening its doors to us. The leadership within the country and the Ministry of Education in particular, Honorable Idrisu and his team have been very gracious working with us closely to ensure that this is done. And I think that the country stands at a very opportune moment to showcase what it's been doing over the past 3 years. Ghana was with us in Mauritius, substantially represented, and we are happy to partner with them to do this one. The benefit to the country is immense. It's an opportunity for them to reflect on what's happening, facilitate knowledge exchange, and put its name in the global education map, because much as this is focusing on African education, it more or less has a global dimension. There's also the added benefit to showcase some of the homegrown initiatives in education, some of the EdTech initiatives that are happening. We're going to be having exhibitions. Close to 23 organizations are standing with us to be exhibiting, showcasing some of the new ideas that they've been able to come up with, and then use that as an opportunity to attract additional investments into the country in the education space. There's also the tourism benefit, right? Ghana has been doing a lot of work promoting its tourism potentials to the world, and we've presented, this event has presented an opportunity for the country to basically showcase what it has to offer. People are going to come in here, bringing in very important foreign exchange that can support the economy and what have you. So this is what the benefit countries stand to reap from international platforms or international engagements and forums like this. And we're quite excited about the level of organization and engagement and participation that we've seen from the ministry. And we're looking forward for the conversations to kick off.
Wow, this is interesting. But you, Ian, is it strictly by invitation? Who qualifies to participate?
So it's been open to every education stakeholder. So whether you're a researcher, whether you are a development partner or an educator. So we had the registration open online. I think we just closed it recently. So everybody who is interested in education, right, a stakeholder, and obviously people who are interested in investing in education or even just understanding the system, yes, it was open to everyone to apply.
Yeah, and then we are going to be equally having hybrid participation. Not everybody can be on site. But then there's also an opportunity for you to follow proceedings and engagement online. The president of the country will be gracing us with his presence to open the event.
Oh, that's nice.
That basically means that all eyes are going to be on us and on Ghana, and we believe that the country is going to deliver.
Wow. And it's going to last for how many days?
3 days.
3 days.
Yeah, between Wednesday and Friday. Yeah.
Wednesday and Friday. Okay, that's interesting. You should try and be part of it so that at least you get to know a lot. You want to say something?
Yeah, the opening ceremony is on Wednesday. You should come.
Yeah. I'll pass by. And what do you have? Is it twist that you've done on your hair or what? Is it twist?
I have a micro lock.
Micro lock. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. You've had a conversation on the hair thing. Since you are doing with education, I just want to take your thought on that. What the education minister is saying that if you are looking at maybe going in for a beauty contest in the school, in the various senior high schools, you shouldn't have your hair on and all that. Having your hair on doesn't mean that like you are going in for a beauty contest. I'm just paraphrasing what he said. So it's literally get your hair down and go to the school. This comes on the back of a video that had gone viral on TikTok that a young girl is supposed to go to school and had to take off or get her hair off so that she can go to school. You quickly, what do you make of this?
Okay, so first you picked on my hair.
Yes.
So I'll tell you why I have locks on, right? The reason why I have locks on is because it is easy.
Oh.
Right? So you see what I did this morning? I just sprayed water on it and came out.
Oh, wow.
I didn't have to think about, should I put it in a weave or should I put it in braids? I didn't have to think about that. So for me, it minimizes level of distraction with regards to my hair. Now, I don't know, I would want to talk about this from a research perspective, right? Or from a data perspective, because for me, it would be a case of what's the linkage between the hair doing and learning outcome. So if I want to look at it more broadly from a general perspective, I would say that the reason why one would say people should leave the hair as a low cut. I mean, I went to secondary school with low cut.
Oh.
In my early, when I was in primary school, I had a long hair, but by the time I got to secondary school, I had to put it off. But I feel like one of the reasons would be that to reduce distraction. Especially in the social media era where we have children putting up pictures, comparing their hairstyles, and then also if we think about mental health, where some children will come to school with hair with all the rings on it, fancy things, and then the kids who are not well-to-do are having simpler hairstyles. So competition could be avoided. And then there's a distraction, there's a competition. But for me, I would want to really talk about it from a research perspective, but I don't have data on that. Right? So I would say that we can look at it from different angles, and it could be either a good, decision to make. I mean, generally, it's about the implications of it, not so much about the decision, but the implications. So on one side, it reduces distraction if the hair is gone off, it's taken off. On the other side, I don't have data to prove if it really affects learning outcomes, right? So I can't say it is completely positive or negative.
For you, it's distraction.
Yes, so I look at it more. So this is my personal view. It's not a research-backed view.
That's
it's my personal view.
What of you, Chinedu?
Yeah, thanks. I think this is a very good opportunity to, like she mentioned, promote something around data-driven decision. So that the country should naturally have strong insights or information on maybe something like a randomized control trial that shows the performance of the girls in schools with hairs made, their performance, learning outcomes compared to those who have to cut their hair. But I think I relate quite strongly because as a millennial, I went to a boarding house where girls cut their hair.
Oh.
Yes, and that has been the standard I know, and I don't think my child going to school, I would permit having braids. Focus on your studies. It's very crucial and it's very important. But I recognize also the other side of the argument, right? Especially the woman's hair, the human hair on the lady is a very huge concept. It has economic dimension, it has psychological dimensions, it has social dimensions and its benefits. The African hair, for instance, has assumed even political proportions. If you read people like Chimamanda Adichie in one of her books, basically dedicated chapters discussing the woman's hair.
Oh.
Yes. So I think it's Americana. Yeah. Dedicated discussing the woman's hair. So I understand the linkages. However, we need to prioritize what's most important to us. The hair of a young girl between 11 and 17 years, when it's actually the early ages of teenage, where things can go south, or dedicating that much energy towards education. So you need to eliminate things like cost of making that hair, some of the unhealthy competition and behavioral tendencies that tend to prop up when unhealthy competition starts among young people, the issues about time consumed in making the hair and all that. So there's a very valid argument from the policy side, which is the minister saying everybody on low cut, right?
Yeah.
But we must not lose sight of the competitive nature and the benefit that the hair intends to ascribe, so that we must also implement something that allows people to exhibit their creativeness in terms of making the hair, showing what they can showcase, because that's also a very good and important revenue point for household, for the country, and so on and so forth.
I had to chip this in because you spoke about policy. They spoke about ADEA also
Yes.
get the education ministries together. So maybe going forward, there could be a policy that could talk about the hairdo and hairstyle and how people should also behave in the various schools. So that's interesting.
Well, one thing I would like to mention is that ADEA may not necessarily be interested in dabbling into some of these local nuances. We want to take up conversations in terms of where are you heading as a country in your education, comparative to the economy we want to build on the continent. What is the linkage between early child education, foundational learning, secondary education, and then those who go into tertiary education and those who go into skill acquisition, TVSD and what have you? How are we tuning our scientific and research sector to produce homegrown innovations and solutions to what we need? We want to be able to support countries in this direction and in this dimension, and it informs the 8 sub-themes that we'll be discussing at the triennial: education financing, like she mentioned, foundational learning, higher education and scientific research as something 3, technical and vocational skills development, EdTech. AI is immense. How can countries profit? We are looking at policies and systems. From the policy made in the minister's office or in ministries of education, how does that translate to what comes out in schools in the remotest areas in Ghana? We are looking at school leadership. How do we groom teachers, school leaders? If you think back to your school days, you remember a very popular principal or headmaster who helped shape who you became. We realize that that is dropping, and we need to help countries scale that up. We are looking at issues around inclusion, gender and climate adaptation. There are parts of this country, perhaps in the northern region, affected by desertification, impacting schools, insecurity. These are policies that countries are dealing with. We want to be able to say, this person has done this properly. Can you share your lessons with others so that we can have that sort of cross-collaboration?
Let's just wrap up on that. I'm sure that when they come for the conference, they will be able to get a lot more of that. But you said that the date is when? Final one on that.
29th. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 29th to 31st of October.
Venue?
Labadi Beach Hotel.
Labadi Beach Hotel. Thank you so much, Ian, and thank you so much, Chinedu. Ian is the project manager at ADEA, and also Chinedu is the communications specialist at ADEA. That is the Association for the Development of Education in Africa. That was an interesting conversation I had with them. Let's bring you entertainment highlights of the day.
Honorable Haruna Iddrisu, Minister for Education of the Republic of Ghana, Akwaba, to our esteemed and august visitors. Ghana is proudly hosting ADEA Triennial Conference on Education and Training, organized by the Association for the Development of Education in Africa, ADEA, and proudly hosted by the government of Ghana under the auspices of the Ministry of Education. Join me in the beautiful coastal city of Accra from October 29th to 31st October 2025 for Africa's premier gathering on education, policy dialogue, innovation and transformation, and matters relating to the provision of quality, sustainable education. For 3 transformative days, we'll bring together ministers, senior policymakers, researchers, development partners, and other leaders and change makers and innovators in education across Africa and beyond to share their knowledge and experiences and evidence on groundbreaking interventions and innovations that are redefining education across the continent, Africa. Delegates will discuss proven strategies, evidence-based research, turn onto the educational challenges, how to turn those challenges into opportunities, and frame solutions to emerging problems affecting the provision of quality education, and form partnerships that will accelerate learning outcomes for millions of Africa's children, and commit to actions that will define Africa's education renaissance and Africa's future. Ghana is ready to welcome you with our legendary hospitality. Feel at home whilst away from home. Enjoy the Ghanaian hospitality and our rich cultural background as a country and our cultural heritage and our unwavering commitment to make education even better. Register now and secure your place for this extraordinary gathering of ministers, senior policymakers, researchers, development partners, leaders, and academics. Together, we can shape Africa's future through education. I look forward to welcoming you all to Accra, Akwaba, and welcome to Ghana. Thank you.
Welcome back. It's still Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1. Right now, it's time for us to talk some sports. And of course, the man that brings all the sport news is here. Yao Mensah.
Hello, Chris.
Hi, Mensah. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Philip, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, my boss. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Philip finally came back.
Yeah, he came back.
I even want to talk about where I went to.
No.
No.
Bye.
If you want to talk about where I went to there, like I'll talk to you about it.
Oh yeah. I know. I'll see you in person for
in chambers,
a
so that we can talk
proper
about
breakdown. Yeah.
Breakdown of where I went
breakdown,
to.
Yeah. Proper breakdown.
And,
Yeah.
and the fact that Jude had to be on the show, right?
It was causing me all kinds of problems. I know that if he was on set today, we would have needed about 45 minutes for this.
To talk about sports.
Oh yeah.
He's a sports person. So you should understand.
because there's an interesting topic that has been circulating and has even entered the Chamber of Parliament, where there's a heated conversation about do we call the dual national players. The MPs have been speaking on it. Felix Kwacho Fosu
has been speaking on it.
The minister in charge of government communication, he spoke on it, and he said we shouldn't let emotions lead how we decide on this issue. And that was his stance. Edem Agbana says no. If we approached you and you turned us down before, we should ignore you
again.
Life goes on.
And life goes on. And Felix Kwacho Fosu also added on to it, and he said that the man behind me, that's Otuado, calls for him to be sacked are unfortunate, and that they are misplaced, in the sense that he believes that there isn't much time between now and the World Cup, especially when Ghana wouldn't play in the AFCON, for us to bring in a new coach. And then we have to start all over again with building up that whole rapport with the new coach, a system, implementing a system and all of that. And so that's his argument, that there isn't enough time. And so, yeah, there's still this whole debate going on about the Black Stars and their impending participation in the World Cup. That's happening next year because Ghana have qualified to the World Cup. And so that's a little bit of a rundown on the Black Stars when it comes to whether we should keep Otuado or we shouldn't keep Otuado before we go to the World Cup. I say let him go. Because
you should sack him?
Oh yeah, let him go. Because at the end of the day, you are going to a World Cup. Yes, you qualified from the African continent, the Confederation of African Football. You've qualified from that federation, you've qualified from that confederation. Okay, great. But you are going to the world stage, and the world stage, the stakes are higher, the quality is higher, the competition is higher, and so who gives you the best chance of meeting those expectations? Especially when our last World Cup, he was in charge. We had a chance to qualify to the next stage, which is the round of 16 stage. We did a draw against Uruguay, and we ended up losing. 2014, we exited at the group stage 2, and then there was this whole charade of flying money to Brazil and all of that. So our last 2 appearances at the World Cup, we haven't done well. And so when you look at the core of the talents that we have, I honestly believe that if you get this team the right coach, we should be able to not only qualify beyond the group stage at the World Cup next year, but we can go to the quarterfinal as we did in 2010 and potentially even go even further. But when I look at this prospect with Otuado, I don't see that happening. Okay. I don't see that happening. I mean, it's football. Football is as chaotic as life. You can do things right and it'll still end up poorly. And so, yeah, we could go to the World Cup and catch a lightning in a bottle and be able to go on a brilliant run. Otuado can do, all of a sudden, turn into a top-level manager, and things can get good for Ghana. And we might have a good run, make it to the semi-final, quarter-final at the World Cup. But when you look at the probability, that is very low. And that's why I say you have to let him go, because I don't see him as giving Ghana the best chance of being able to make a deep run in next year's World Cup.
Was Otuado, that same Otuado that qualified you to the World Cup?
Yes, that's true. And like I'm saying, once you've qualified from Africa, once you've qualified to the World Cup, yes, you competed in your confederation. But once you get to the World Cup, you are not going to play competition that is coming from only your confederation. You're going to be playing against countries that are from South America, countries that are from Europe. So
couldn't there be a way to do some sort of a capacity building if possible, or try and tighten up the technical team if possible?
There is.
They can work around and get the needed
there is. But at the end of the day,
victory for the country.
Do we have to go through all that stress? Go through all that?
I feel it's going to be stressful if we are bringing in a new person. That's what I think.
But at the end of the day, yes, it's true. But I'm looking at the end goal. At the end of the day, does it still improve that much to the point that we can still make it to the quarterfinal or semi-final? I mean, we've been dealing with a lot of people over the years when it comes to government institutions, all the capacity buildings that they do, and they still end up coming up with blah.
But we have like how many months to go for the World Cup?
Yeah, the World Cup will start in June, so what?
You know how we do our selections, but you know how we do our selections when it comes to coaches in this country.
Wait, and also,
it shouldn't. I mean, because at the end of the day, the Black Stars is a hot commodity.
I think
a lot of coaches will appeal to.
Otuado has to continue. He should continue in peace.
I think you and the people that think like you, or that are thinking along the same way that you're thinking, should choose a struggle. Pick a struggle. What struggle do you want? Both of them are going to be stressful. But because in one light you're saying, you don't want to go through the stress and all that. But at the same time, you agree that there's going to be a lot of stress trying to find a new coach and trying to get the team adjusted. So pick a struggle. Which struggle do you want?
And I've already picked it. I would prefer to have a top-level new coach come in.
And still go through the struggle of getting to know the team.
I honestly don't believe there will be too much struggle, because these are top-level players. Coaches come and go at their clubs, and they adapt. And if you're a great coach, once you come in, the results start showing.
But wait, apart from being a great coach and the results start showing, the coach is not the one playing the football. Do you know that?
Yeah, that's true. But at the end of the day, you have quality materials. If you have quality materials and you have a quality game plan, the quality materials can translate that game plan into action.
Anyway, Chris, if you see we talk about Wado and Ghana Black Stars, we will go. What else do you have for us?
Yes,
in the world of sport. Over the weekend, there were some games, right?
Yeah, there were over the weekend there were some games. But before I get to that, there's a big scandal in the NBA, the National Basketball Association, the biggest, greatest basketball league in the world. There is a betting scandal, huge betting scandal. There is gambling scandal involved, and it involves the Italian mafia.
Whoa.
To the extent that, look, 30 people have been arrested in connection to this issue. And yes, you see the commissioner for the NBA, that's Adam Silver.
Yeah.
Now, he is expected to brief the U.S. Congress on October 31st on the happenings of this issue. Because the FBI, they were the ones who conducted the investigations after over a 4-year period.
Wow.
And they came out with this statement that yes, there has been illegal gambling and illegal betting in the NBA with connections to 5 families in the Italian mafia. So it's that big. It is that big. And a coach in the NBA, that's Chauncey Billups. He's the head coach for Portland Trail Blazers. He was among the 30 people arrested. Now that's him. And he subsequently got released from custody. And this guy, that's Terry Rozier. He is also a current player in the NBA. He plays for the Miami Heat. And at the time that the investigations were being conducted, he was playing for the Charlotte Hornets. And the Charlotte Hornets, they're a trash team. But he was their trash team. He was the best player on the team. He was the best player on the team. And as of 2023, he would inform his friends that he will feign an injury at a certain point in the game. And so when you are doing live betting, you know that, okay, Terry says, I'm going to exit the game after the second quarter. So what that means is, in the third quarter and the fourth quarter, Charlotte Hornets are going to play trash basketball. So they are likely to lose. So if I'm doing live betting, I'll bet against Charlotte Hornets winning the game. So inside information, that's what some of his close allies use to be able to raise money. To the extent that he got the benefit of getting as much as $200,000 being delivered to him at his home.
Oh.
Yes. So that's how it works.
Isn't this strategy to make more money?
Very strategic. And there was another individual involved, and that's Damon Jones. He is no longer in the NBA. He's retired. But at the time that the investigations were being conducted, he used to play for the Cleveland Cavaliers. And at the time, LeBron James was on that team. Okay. And again, without LeBron James, the Cleveland Cavaliers don't win. It's pretty simple. And because he was, at the time, he wasn't even a teammate. He was, yes, he was a teammate, then later graduated to become an assistant head coach. So on days where LeBron James wouldn't play because of injury, or they were resting him, because the NBA, you play 82 games in the regular season. And so it's a long season. So there are some games where the players who play extensive minutes are given some time off. They call it load management. So with that inside information, he would tell his close friends and buddies that, oh, today's game, LeBron isn't playing. So what that means is that the likelihood of Cleveland Cavaliers losing is very high. Wow. Then they'll go and bet on it. And so all of these things were going on. And the FBI conducted their investigations and they came out with the findings. And so, yes, the U.S. Congress has gotten involved because, like I said, the NBA is the biggest and the greatest, most popular basketball league in the world. It contributes a lot to the American economy. It is a very grand platform. And because of how big the issue is, the scandal is, the NBA commissioner, Adam Silver, has been told or given a directive to brief the U.S. Congress about the findings and the details in this ongoing investigation. And so, yeah, that's the lowdown on the NBA.
Wow.
And now, yes, over the weekend, a lot of games have happened in football. Chelsea lost to Sunderland. Manchester United won for the third time
Mbappe
in a
missed
row.
the penalty.
Yeah, and Liverpool lost for the fourth time in a row in the league. But all of that, yeah, it came before the big one. The big one was the Clásico. It's the biggest club football game in the world. That's the matchup between Real Madrid and FC Barcelona. And yes, it didn't live up to expectation, but your boy struggled. Lamine Yamal, he knows it up. Like it was a bad outing.
Oh, but you know, there should be a day for everybody. So maybe it wasn't his day.
Yes, it happens. It happens. And he's 18 years old. He recently came back
Oh
from
my
injury.
God! Can we stop talking about the age, though?
Yeah.
I mean, he's 18.
that even gives him the strength to play more. Exactly.
I know, but at the end of the day,
so if we're gonna use the age because he didn't play well because
no, he
he's
didn't
18
play
years
well.
old. Come on.
See, look, Chris. At the end of the day, if every athlete peaks physically and cerebrally around 25, 26. So he no rich crowd.
So
that's why a lot of people are invested in him because of the
Is that always going to be his? Is that always going to be an excuse for him?
No.
He's 18 years old. That's why he didn't play well.
That's why I started by saying that he didn't perform well. It was just that he didn't perform well. He didn't play well. It was a good game plan from Real Madrid. They were able to identify that he was the only guy who could make something out of nothing, especially from the wing areas, because Rafinha wasn't playing, Gavi wasn't playing, Lewandowski wasn't playing because of injuries. And so if you shut down Lamine Yamal, the other guys who can create something are maybe Pedri, and that's pretty much it. And so once you have enough bodies in the midfield, yeah, you can be able to contain them. And knowing that Mbappe will constantly run at the defenders, yeah, they will keep them straight. And so it was a very good game plan used by Real Madrid. And after the game, yeah, as you know, heated game like this, there were some fights in there. Vinicius Jr. was involved, Jude Bellingham was involved, Alejandro Balde was involved, Dani Carvajal was involved. They went at Lamine Yamal.
Even Lamine Yamal was involved.
Lamine Yamal was involved because before the game, Lamine Yamal said Real Madrid, they steal games and all of that, and that they hate them. All of that. He said quite some stuff.
Like a child.
Well, yeah, that's where the naivety comes in.
Like the 18
yeah, he's 18 years, so he's just a free mind. Yeah, he just says what's on his mind. And so that wowed up the Real Madrid folks. And after the game, yeah, they were pointing to him, yeah, you talk too much, you small boy. So they were going at him.
So basically, if he was in Africa, we'll beat you.
Yeah, pretty much we'll beat you. We'll beat you. Oh yeah, some of the security folks had to. Yeah, some of the security folks had to come on the field to separate them. Yeah, it was heated, but at the end of the day, it adds up to the fun, it adds up to the spice. So yeah, El Clásico, it lived up to expectation, and yeah, Real Madrid, they got a well-deserved win because last season they played each other 4 times, 4 El Clásicos, and Barcelona won all 4 El Clásicos last season, and they scored 16 goals in all. So it was pretty much on the average 4 goals per game. But this time around, under Xabi Alonso, a new coach, yeah, Real Madrid delivered, and they got the first win in the first El Clásico of the season.
Thank you so much, Yao. It's
Yeah.
always been a pleasure giving us what in the world of sports. We are grateful, and we promised you we wanted to talk about the roads, the road issue, the accidents, and all that. But unfortunately, because of time, we couldn't talk about them. But in the course of the week, we will definitely bring you what happened over the weekend. People died on the roads as a result of road crashes or carnage on the various roads. But there's a wrap for us from here on Channel One TV, Breakfast Daily. I am Philip Nilate.
And my name is Chris Carter. See you tomorrow for a brand new episode of Breakfast Daily right here on Channel One TV. Keep watching. Bye.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is the Channel One Countdown.
Hello, my people. You're welcome to the Channel One Countdown right on Channel One TV with me, Cole Kumsin. You can find me on all social media platforms at PK_Kumsin. Kumsin spelled with the double N. The Channel One Countdown is a show that brings you the top 10 songs making it big right here in Ghana. But before we start anything, we have to know our number one song for last week. But even before that, I want to say congratulations to Shatta Wale for his Shatta Fest. I mean, his birthday party that had the whole Ghana representing at the Independence Concert. Congratulations to him. They are saying some 678,000 people turned up, but okay, all right. They had their own counter. We also had our own counter. But hey, congratulations to him. It was good. It was beautiful to see. But before we start anything on the Channel One Countdown, let's get to know our number one song for last week. And last week, we had Street Ground by Shatta Wale at number one. Enjoy that. We'll be back to bring you the new top 10 on the Channel One Countdown.
When the dust rises, the kings are made. No throne, no rope, just a shadow shed. Brick by brick, we build from pain. Under the streets lights, we carve our name. The horns blow loud, they sing our vibes. We chase the dawn through endless nights. Street card of my head, I'm staying real. Every scar's a badge, every wound will heal. They can't break me, no they never will. Street card of my head, I'm made of steel. Street card of my head, I'm staying real. Every scar's a badge, every wound will heal. They can't break me, no they never will. Street card of my head, I'm made of steel. Concrete whispers, stories untold. Dreams are diamonds in the city sold. Sweat on my brows, the grind don't stop. Climbing high from the ground to the rooftop. The drums don't lie, they call my name. The rhythm's fire, fueling my flame. Street corner of my head, I'm staying real. Every scar's a badge, every wound will heal. They can't break me, no they never will. Street corner of my head, I'm made of steel. Street corner of my head, I'm staying real. Every scar's a badge, every wound will heal. They can't break me, no they never will. Street corner of my head, I'm made of steel.
This is the Channel One Countdown.
I just want to hear. Welcome to season 2 of Play by Ear. Make some noise! This is the only show all you need is your ear to win some cash. When I say Play by Ear, what you say?
This is the Channel One Countdown.
Welcome back to the Channel One Countdown right here on Channel One TV with me, Cole Kumsin. You can find me on all social media platforms at PK_Kumsin. Kumsin spelled with a double N. Now let's start from number 10 on the Channel One Countdown. And at number 10 we have Medical. And actually congratulations to Medical. He has welcomed his new baby. That's Space Frimpong from Island Frimpong to space from porn. That's beautiful to see. Yes, so congratulations to you, Medical. But I don't know if this song is like a way to tell people that, hey, I have a new one in town, so do not disturb. That's D&D by Medical featuring Sarkodie.
Number 10.
When you free me, oh, stop at top.
Eight and we drop another.
Hello, when you on no number be belly, do not disturb me, frame me. My issue, Mobi and frame me. Hello, when you on no number be belly, do not disturb me, frame me. Yeah, issue, Mobi and frame me. Phone it at D&D. Yeah, King Guy D&D. Phone it at D&D. Yeah, King Guy D&D. We can go city for city, fuck that, let's go dollar for dollar. We go pull up in a Lamborghini, the world is yours, Montana. Calabi some manica class or boyti, Menda. Madam, when we'll be all year, Juma fidelity or cotton pay white banga. Mother, I am sick. Call the doctor very quick. I just want to count some bricks, buy some kicks and take some pics. Doctor, shall I die? Or sit up at top? You're too fly, I'm too friendly, I'm too nice. Make what sorry, I'm too tight. Wake up, stack your paper. Wrestle life like Undertaker. Make that bread like a baker. Invisible mode, I'm off the radar. What's the why? What that's what TV?